Seeker of Secrets, Coven of Shadows and Secrets, Book 1, by Ashley McLeo. Narrated by L.C. Johnson. Chapter 1. Meredith. I gripped the rope as my partner inched me down the dusty stone shaft, my breath tight in my chest, my heart racing harder with each passing second. I wasn't scared of heights, the dark, or tight spaces. And yet, I hated this situation. Irrationally, I both wanted Dens to lower me faster and pull me back up. Alas, this was my only option to complete the job our boss had assigned. A ladder would be too wide to fit down such an ancient passage. Plus, hauling it around would be a dead giveaway and too clunky to slip past on-site guards. Suddenly, gravity took me into a free fall. I let out a yelp and squeezed the rope tighter, as if that would save my ass from plummeting to my death. The rope snapped taut a second later, and my gaze seared upward. "Sorry!" Dens' baritone boomed as he peered down at me. "Thought I heard someone walking by. It was nothing, though." I scowled at him. "Pay better attention, or next time I'll make you stuff yourself down here." The threat was an empty one. Denzel was too broad-shouldered to fit through the opening leading into the Egyptian tomb. His budding beer gut wouldn't help either. Though he knew I was talking nonsense, he smartly didn't reply, just kept lowering me into the abyss at a measured rate. A few minutes later, my feet touched down on sand. I exhaled my first long breath since I'd entered the shaft and released the rope. My legs wobbled from the combination of the adrenaline rush and the shifting ground. "You there, Stone?" he asked. "Yeah," I called back. "How deep?" A brief pause told me he was checking the measurements marked on the rope. We were thorough criminals. It was why we were the best in the biz. 60 feet! Really deep." That was deep. "Write it down," I said. We might need the data later if this site proved fruitful. "I'm going to search." I fished around in my sack for my flashlight. After our earlier reconnaissance, which had involved getting the site's archaeology team so plastered they'd talk about their dig, we'd learned there was more in the tomb than just the treasure we were after. Something strange was hidden down here. On the streets, Egyptians and visiting scholars alike gossiped about an item lost since the time of the pharaohs, a magical amulet last worn around the neck of the man occupying this very tomb. The wearer had the power to make others mad. The necklace had not been uncovered yet, but I had hoped that I'd be the one to find it. That sort of artifact was an item our clients would pay a fortune for. As soon as my boss heard about it, the necklace became our primary target. Thankfully, because the lead archaeologist's right-hand man proved especially charmed while under the influence. He told me all about the dig, what they hoped to find, the eerie chill of the tomb. He even showed me, or the doe-eyed wannabe grad student he thought I was, a detailed map of the dig after we made out. The moment he'd fallen asleep, I swiped the map and ran to find Dens. The young archaeology professor was going to be pissed at himself for indulging in that last beer. Hopefully, by the time he realized the map was missing, I'd be in Moscow or Paris, where my best buyers lived. I kind of felt bad about deceiving him. He'd been a good guy. But I didn't feel bad enough to pass up a gigantic payday. Of course, first I had to find the damn thing. I twisted my oversized tool belt so the bag portion lay against my rear end, turned on my flashlight, and dropped to my knees. My search revealed only one tunnel extended out of the shaft. I lay prone on my belly, an army crawled through it, doing my best not to sneeze as the dust teased my nostrils, flooding them with the stale scent of earth that hadn't seen the light of day since the time of the pharaohs. As I moved, I prayed there weren't any creepy crawlies down here. Eventually, I climbed out of the tunnel and stood up in a larger room. Goosebumps pebbled my skin. The air was still and thick and all wrong. It lacked energy, flow, life, reminding me that I was breaking into the home of the dead. Cozy thought, Stone. I shuddered and turned to scan the area. A door was set into each wall, but I knew which to take, though After I reached the end of the next hallway, I would have to rely less on first-hand accounts. The research team hadn't spent much time down this way. That way, okay. My intuition had not failed me yet. And after hearing most of the archaeology team had sensed an odd, chilling presence down here, I didn't think it would fail me now either. It couldn't. There was too much at stake, and my boss did not tolerate losing. I took the door on the right and prowled down a low-ceilinged hallway. Carefully, I reached up and brushed the stone above me with my fingers. Dry. Hopefully not also brittle and prone to collapse. I puffed up my cheeks and exhaled a long breath. This tunnel was tiny, but vast compared to the previous tunnel, and that hadn't fallen in. I had to have faith that this one wouldn't either. Okay, let's see. I closed my eyes and allowed my senses to take over. The best way I could describe my intuition was it felt like I was a ghost, walking ahead of my body. A trusted force guiding me, pulling me forward. I trailed my hand along the wall, collecting even more information. When it warmed some 20 feet ahead of me, I knew my intuition had worked like a charm. What have we here? I eased forward, careful of the uneven ground. I was not about to trip and knock out a tooth, or stumble across a nasty snake or scorpion. Those suckers could live anywhere. Still, I walked a tightrope of caution and speed. Night guards patrolled the dig area, so the longer we stayed here, the greater our chance of being caught. All they'd have to do was apprehend dens and wait for me to reemerge at the surface. I followed my instincts and continued until I reached the warmer portion of the blank wall. The moment I stopped in front of it, heat blasted from the stone, making my skin tingle. My intuition was telling me I'd discover a secret door somewhere along this stretch. "Where are you?" I whispered, flashing my light along the wall. I found something of interest high above my head. Hieroglyphics. I squinted, but I was unable to make them out because it was so dim, so I reached into my tool belt to pull out a headlamp. Once the band ringed my head, I turned it on and smirked. Thanks to the additional illumination, my vision improved tenfold. I could read hieroglyphics, kinda. My boss, an enigmatic masked man who called himself the Ringmaster, had suggested I learn a few different ancient writings because, well, my job took me to weird places. I'd been studying for years, and while I wasn't a scholar, I could get by in a tomb. It was amazing the sort of things people taught on the internet these days. I could probably find instructions to perform surgery. I stood on my tiptoes and squinted harder, as if it would enhance my hieroglyphic reading abilities. When I reached a specific grouping of images, I paused. "Is that for Isis?" I muttered, checking the arrangement against those I'd learned before concluding, yes, it had to be the depiction of Isis. If I was translating correctly, the tomb housed one of her possessions. A thrill ran through me. Somewhere in this tomb, an object or objects waited to be plundered. Something having to do with the queen of the underworld, a goddess of magic. Of course, it was a bit much to believe I'd find an item actually owned by a goddess, but whoever was buried down here had surely made such a claim to elevate his own status. Braggarts existed in every age of history. Taking a chance, I pressed my hand to the wall, searching for a crack. I'd barely moved an inch when a portion of the wall shifted. I pressed harder, and it swung inward to reveal that the whole slab was, in fact, a door. "Hells to the yes!" I whispered, gliding into the new tunnel, only to be stopped by a viper dropping from the ceiling. I jumped back and screamed bloody murder as the snake hissed and retreated into the darkness. "You've got to be kidding me!" I whisper-yelled. "Why'd you do me that way?" It took a few seconds for my heart rate to slow, and when it did, I thought of something that made me cringe. My scream had been loud. Hopefully, Dens hadn't heard it. Or the guards. "I need to get in and out fast," I muttered, not wanting my partner to do anything stupid, like call our boss. Not that the ringmaster would come help. He had peons like us for that. Still, I didn't want him to know I'd screamed. I had a rep to protect. Stay around the corner, Snake. I have a knife. I patted the blade against my hip, and I'm not afraid to use it. Headlamp shining on the ground, I inched forward. Soon enough, I'd made it so deep into the hallway, the door I'd enter through was but a dream. All along the wall, more hieroglyphics leapt out at me, the paint on them more vibrant than those in the first corridor. Many of them featured Isis, too. Girl power, I whispered, trying to ignore the growing hunch that this might not just be a dead rich guy's tomb, but some type of shrine. Had the archaeologists gotten it wrong? The hallway led deeper into the earth, and I walked with even more care as the downward tilt grew steeper. I couldn't be sure how long I'd been going when I found myself in a large, open, square room. Both headlamp and flashlight blazing, I scanned the area. A door graced each wall, and as I was trying to decide which to go through, a distinct urge to turn around rushed over me. Yeah, not gonna happen. I needed to find what I'd been sent here for. If I couldn't do that, I had to surface with something else of great value. That was how this gig worked. If I came back empty-handed, the ringmaster would be angry, and when the ringmaster was angry, people tended to get hurt. The long scars along my spine tingled, a reminder of when I'd screwed up before. In the days after my caning, they'd hurt like hell. Now the ugly lines were just a reminder. And to be honest, I counted myself as lucky. That was all I got. Some people who disappointed the ringmaster just disappeared off the face of the planet. Sure, if I was dead, I wouldn't be a lackey to a psychopath anymore, but I'd rather live under the ringmaster's thumb just a year or two longer and save up for my payouts to buy my freedom the right way. The only way that wouldn't result with him hunting me down. Something, I'd bet a creepy crawly snake, moved in the darkness, shifting rocks as it slithered ever closer. I scooted to my right, goosebumps erupting on my arms as the serpent loosed a long hiss. Pick a damn door, Mare. I double-checked that the snake was far away before I closed my eyes. All around, heat flared, but my intuition pulled me in one clear direction. Straight. So I crossed the room. Or I tried to. I made it only halfway before a tile clicked beneath my feet, and a side panel to my right groaned open. My heart leapt into my throat, and I spun in time to see a flurry of daggers zooming toward me. Chapter 2. Meredith. My knees buckled. Rolling with it, I let my body go slack. When I hit the cool dirt, the flashlight flew out of my hand and spun across the room. A split second later, the air shifted, and the projectile zoomed overhead, narrowly missing me to rebound against the far wall and clatter to the floor. I exhaled and pressed my forehead to the ground. Too close. Oh, hells no. Slowly, I lifted my head to find another freaking snake only inches away. I pushed off the ground and rolled to the side, abandoning all thought of retrieving my flashlight as the snake sprang at me, fangs exposed. I hate snakes! I yelled, allowing the momentum of the roll to take me. When I was out of the little monster's reach, I stopped myself and scrambled to stand, not sparing a glance backward as I sprinted for the door. When I burst into the adjoining room, my heart, which had been pounding a mile a minute, halted. Why? I wailed. Next time Dens is doing this shit. Snakes straight up infested this room. There were hundreds of them. I shuddered as they hissed and slithered over the dusty stone floor. Normally, it would be enough to make me run. But something else kept me there. On the other side of the chamber, illuminated by my headlamp, stood a dais. A box sat atop it. Jackpot. I yearned to rush forward, but experience stopped me. The snakes mostly kept to the side of the room, so for now they weren't too dangerous. But daggers had appeared from the walls, so I fully suspected there were booby traps in this chamber too. I had to be careful. Briefly, I considered going back to get my dropped flashlight, but dismissed the idea almost as quickly as it came to me. I might trigger more traps, and that meant staying down here longer than necessary. Or death. I cringed. Put that way, I was tempted to leave the tool, but that too would be foolish, short-sighted. The flashlight had my fingerprints on it, and I had a record back in the States that would make me easy to identify. I had to get the light on my way out, and risk setting off another trap. But for now, the headlamp would have to do. The box on the top of the dais looked nothing like what some movies would have people think. It wasn't illuminated treasure or pure gold. From my vantage, it just looked plain and black. And yet, I was sure it held something valuable. Eager to find out what was inside, I scanned the room one last time before easing across the serpent-riddled space. Unlike in the antechamber, I didn't stumble across a rigged tile. A minor win. Although, the damn snakes still had me on edge. They hissed from the sides of the room, their chorus sending shivers down my spine. One lingered alone near the center of the floor, watching me with dark, dangerous eyes, warning me to stay away. Don't worry, buddy. I plan to. I gave the serpent a wide berth. How did they live down here anyway? Ick! I reached the platform and loomed over the box. For a moment, I considered grabbing the whole thing and running. But if there was nothing in it, I would have wasted all this time. Dan's would be pissed. My intuition screamed I was on the right track, but I had to be sure this was worth taking. So slowly, I lifted the lid. My headlamp shone down on the contents, and I sucked in a sharp breath. A gold necklace lay inside. Nestled on a bed of black fabric, it featured a pendant of Isis. Her wingspan was approximately the length of my hand, making the necklace a chunker. On her head, she wore a crown made of many gleaming jewels. The one in the center was circular and shone dark as night with hints of blue and purple. It was beautiful and luminous as a pearl. Come here, pretty. My fingers trembled as I reached for the necklace, and suddenly, the air in the room began to circulate. The snakes hissed louder, making my heart race faster. I glanced up, expecting to find more daggers zinging toward me. But there was nothing. Still, goosebumps rose along my arms. I was a practical woman, concerned with real matters in the world, but I'd also seen some crazy stuff in my 21 years. Unexplainable things. Was this tomb filled with ancient Egyptian magic or something? And down here, I was getting the sense I wasn't alone. Were ghosts floating around me? I shuddered. Ghosts and hauntings were terrifying. I did not screw around with those, even if I couldn't prove they existed. If this tomb is haunted, let me know, I said warily. I'd rather find out now before I piss you off. I don't want to be haunted for the rest of my life if I take this. The shifting of the air ceased, and I exhaled. Okay, I'm going to take that as permission granted. I picked up the necklace. It was surprisingly clean for being hidden away for thousands of years, but my skin tingled and burned slightly where I touched the artifact. So beautiful, I whispered. My headlamp illuminated the glittering necklace. I stopped. Save for my voice, the room had fallen silent. What happened to the hissing? My head snapped up, and a strangled yell flew up my throat. A glittering silver mist inched inward from the sides of the room, engulfing the snakes and leaving them lifeless in its wake. It was twisting, heading straight for me. Suddenly, the scars running the length of my back tightened and itched. I should have asked about curses, too. I shoved the necklace into my tool belt and took off at a dead sprint. The silver mist rolled closer to me, but I was fast. A girl who once lived on the streets had to be. It was the only way to survive. Light-footed, I rushed out of the chamber into the antechamber. As I darted across the first room, I sent up a prayer. There might be more moving tiles, but I didn't have time to test for them. The sensation of the mist pressed at my back, tingling my skin like when I'd touched the necklace. The single snake that had tried to bite me before hissed again. I leapt over him in time to once more avoid being bitten. Dude was out for blood. Bastard! I continued to bust ass down the hall. I'd made it halfway to where I found the hidden door before I remembered I still had to grab the flashlight. I worried at my bottom lip before chancing a glance back. Oh my God. The mist hadn't just seeped out of the chamber. It was following me. Actually, it wasn't following. It was chasing. The silver cloud had expanded and taken on the form of a monstrous, three-headed dog. One that was alive and snarling, and dead set on hunting me. I put on another burst of speed. Sweat beaded down my face, and my heart rate spiked. But I would be damned if I gave up and let mist, even if it was in the shape of a three-headed dog, take me down. I was Meredith Stone, and I never gave up without a fight, damn it. The tunnel ended, and I took a sharp turn into the main hallway where the archaeologists had been working, not bothering to close the door behind me. Between the flashlight and my newly found portal, after tonight, the crew would know someone slipped down here without permission, but with the deadly mist chasing me, I found it pretty hard to care. My heart hammering in my throat, I shot another look over my shoulder. The mist is gaining. Oh, crap! I stumbled over loose rock and slammed into the side wall, bracing myself with my hands to keep from falling to the ground. Suddenly, my skin burned, and the necklace sizzled inside my bag, as if someone had tossed it straight into a fire pit. What's up with this necklace? I pushed off the wall and picked up steam again. I didn't dare look around or behind me, in case I tripped a second time. The mist didn't need another advantage. It was already too close for comfort. Still, from the corners of my eyes, I caught some of the hieroglyphics on the walls lighting up. Terror blazed through me. The tomb had lied. It was totally haunted. Are Dens and I in over our heads? Even as I considered the idea, I realized it was way too late to say I was sorry to whatever force controlled the mist. I was on the run, and I would either make it out of here with the necklace, or I wouldn't make it out at all. I maintained my lead on the mist, and dove into the tunnel that snaked its way toward the shaft. I army crawled faster than I had on the way in, screaming for my partner with each inch gained. Dens! Be ready! Do you hear me? Be ready to pull me up! I had a feeling that once I got out of here, the smoke would stop following me. Or I hoped it would. Up ahead, my partner's deep baritone responded to my cries. Stone? You hurt? I'm coming! Almost there! I repeated those phrases over and over, so when I burst out of the tunnel and grabbed the rope, there was barely any hesitation. Stone? Pull me up! A garbled sound came from topside, and the rope went slack. Dens? The first tendrils of smoke seeped into the shaft, slower than before, but only inches from my feet. Dens! I shot up the shaft, gasping and clenching the rope tight, my gaze locked on the ground. The smoke curled out of the tunnel, filling the space where I had just stood. Glittering silver tendrils drifted upward, but they seemed to be losing momentum. Hope flickered. Maybe I'd been right, and the mist couldn't leave its home. With superhuman strength, Denzel yanked me up so fast it was hard to breathe. When I reached the top, lights blazed into my retinas. I whipped my head up to cover my eyes. Ow! Can you turn those off? No answer. Dens? I blinked to dispel the light. Turn that off, and check the shaft. Is there smoke coming up? If so, we need to run. Still no answer. As my vision returned, I learned why. My partner was sprawled on the ground in front of me, and his sunglasses, which were always perched on his head, lay across the room, as if someone had hit them off. I looked closer and gasped. Blood pooled from his head. What had happened? Had he fallen backward while pulling me up? Dude would have had to seriously put his back into it for that to happen. I moved to check on him. Dens? Are you... I'll take that, a male voice said. Thanks for extracting the pearl of hell from me. Something hit me in the back of my head. I yelped and fell to the floor, narrowly missing a collision with a rock. Once I was down, a knife slashed the strap of my tool belt, and the weight of the bag lifted from my hip. No! We need that! Hey! Come back here! I pushed myself off the ground and spun, only to find no one there. Come back here! Of course, the thief didn't make a peep. On the ground, Dens groaned. I was about to go to him when another sound rang in my ears. Footsteps, fast and purposeful. A male voice shouted something in Arabic, and another answered. Oh, shit. I sighed as guards rushed around the corner and pointed their guns straight at us. Chapter 3. Meredith. The clanging of a metal door woke me. What time is it? I groaned, uncomfortable on the stiff bench they called a bed. No one answered. Freaking typical. I peered outside the bars, hoping to catch the guard's eye. I wasn't going anywhere, so I supposed it didn't matter. But it was the principle of the thing. Was it night? Day? Too early for any sane person to be awake? I had no freaking idea. My body was so screwed up from the jet lag, and now I hadn't seen the sun for what I suspected was 3 days. It was inhumane, but the Egyptian authorities didn't seem to care. And though I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, I was sharp enough to deduce patterns. A guard was making the rounds, so it had to be the top of an hour. What hour was yet to be decided. I slid my hand outside of the bars and waved. The uniformed man down the way saw me and scowled. What a friendly guy. We would soon become besties for life, I was sure of it. What's the time? I asked. The guard snorted, but came closer. Morning. I need to make a call. No. Most of the guards spoke a little English. Not that I expected them to speak any English when I was in Egypt. If anything, I should learn more Arabic. All that aside, I was sure I had the right to talk to someone. I'm pretty sure I deserve a phone call. In my country, it's the law. You stole from us. The guard barked back. Yes, I was a tomb raider, which meant I stole his culture and sold it to the highest bidder. I understood I was in the wrong. But I was between a rock and a hard place. If I didn't do as my boss said, I'd likely end up dead. If I had to rob a few graves to stay alive, then so be it. I demand my phone privileges. What are you going to do if I don't give it to you? He smirked. What an asshole. My jaw tightened. Eventually, I will get out of here, and I'll go public. I'll do my damnedest to make it go viral. Hell, if I have to show some tit to do it, I will. You'll be famous for all the wrong reasons. That's assuming she ever gets out of here, isn't it, officer? A new voice, one with a rumbly, panty-melting English accent with just a hint of posh, rang from the depths of the station. I peered around the guard. A man approached. He wore a suit, all black, and perfectly tailored and crisp, though not buttoned up. He was tall and pale, with longish, gleaming raven hair that would cover his ears if it weren't styled, and the most vibrant green eyes I had ever seen in my life. Total smoke show. Who are you? The guard asked. I am here on behalf of Miss Stone. What? I didn't hire this guy. Had the ringmaster hired him to be my lawyer? Who let you back here? The guard dropped a hand to his hip, ready to grab his weapon. Your compatriot. the man replied smoothly. He didn't look at all worried that the guard would pull a weapon on him. In fact, he walked unlike any man I'd ever seen, his motions smooth and graceful, but with a distinct undercurrent of danger. My brow furrowed. The new guy reminded me of a predator, closing in on prey. "You're not allowed back here. Leave," the guard demanded. Instead, the newcomer continued approaching, his swagger and assurance astounding. When he reached the guard, he placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Green eyes seared into dark brown ones, and the new man gave the guard a small smile. "I insist that you release Miss Stone right away." The rumble in his voice developed more grit. "I have spoken with those in your office, and they agree." "She's charged with stealing antiquities," the guard said. His voice remained level, though very different from before. Dreamy, almost. "Yes," Suit Guy said. "She has been a terrible person, but I think she'll soon be working to rectify her past." For the briefest second, his eyes met mine. I took a wary step back. I swore they had been green before, but now they looked black as night. The events in the tomb came rushing back. I'd spent a few days considering what I'd seen. After much rumination, I could think of only one explanation. Whatever had been in the tomb had to have been magical. A true curse. The mist had killed the snakes, and if it had touched me, I would have gone the same way. Why did this guy remind me of the mist? "Release Miss Stone." What tightness remained in the guard's shoulders went slack, and he turned toward me. Again, confusion washed through me. Not only were the dapper gentleman's eyes odd, but the guard seemed dazed. What was going on? The guard approached me. A moment later, the door swung open. He stepped aside, waiting. I arched an eyebrow. "You sure about this?" The guard waved me on, his expression still dazed. "Most people don't ask to be locked up again," the man mused. "You are different." His gaze latched onto me, and his eyes resembled emeralds once again, even brighter and more hypnotic than before. I shuddered. Suit Guy was different, possibly dangerous, and he knew more about me than I liked others to know. But how? And why come to collect me? "Come with me," Suit Guy demanded. I stepped out of the cell, arms crossed over my chest. "Thanks for getting me out, but I don't have to go anywhere with you." "In that case, I'll tell the officers in front we're not actually working together." He nodded to the guard still standing there like a puppet. "As you can see, I can be very persuasive." Damn it. I did want out of the cell, out of the country. Once I left, I wouldn't be coming back either, not without a convincing false passport. I believed this guy when he said he would toss me under the bus, so I needed to go along with this charade, at least until we were far away from the building and I could lose him. "Fine, I'll go with you." "Good choice." I followed the man out of the prison. Although the authorities saw me leave, no one tried to stop me. All of their eyes were dazed, like the other guards. What did Suit Guy do to them? When I stepped outside, warm Egyptian sunshine washed over my face. I sighed and instantly wished I had sunglasses. I'd even take the ugly Terminator-style ones Den's favored. Oh my God, Den's! "Did you get my partner out too?" "He's not my concern," Suit Guy replied. "I was told to retrieve you. He'll have to make his own way. Come on. We need to get well clear of the prison before my influence wears off." Influence? So that's what he was calling what he did to the guards. I was pretty damn sure it was magic, but I would go with influence for now. And I too wanted to get further away from the police station. Then I'd make a run for it. Once I was free of Suit Guy, I'd figure out how to get Den's out of jail. I followed the man down the street and around the block. He was eerily silent, and seemingly fine with it, but I needed to fill the quiet. "What's your name?" I asked. "You already know mine, so it only seems right to reciprocate." "Tobias." "Nice to meet you. You told the guard someone sent you to get me out? Was it my boss?" I didn't use the ringmaster's moniker. If Tobias worked for him, he'd know why. I'd met my boss only once, the day he pulled me off the street, and I'd never seen his face. He always wore a mask, black with a silver sheen. The mask was all elegant planes, as if pounded from metal by a master metalworker. No one who worked for him had seen the visage beneath, not even those who claimed to have taken in-person meetings with him, which was practically nobody. "Not your boss," Tobias said. "Come in here." He opened a door. I peered past it, into a dark, dank, narrow hallway. My gaze flashed up at Tobias. His suit, his accent, his entire demeanor didn't scream serial killer. But what if he was trying to traffic me or something? "No way. Do you think I'm an idiot? Hey, let me go!" He'd snatched me up and darted into the hallway. I kicked and a scream tipped my tongue when he set me on the floor and took 3 steps back. "What the hell?" I looked around in case someone else lurked in the shadows, waiting to jump me. "We need to be out of sight," Tobias said, his tone so smooth it calmed me. "I have something to give you." "What?" "This." He reached into his pocket and pulled out an envelope. The sender had sealed it with wax, like a king would have done in the old days. In the wax, an image of a snake eating its own tail stared back at me. I took the letter. As I did so, our skin touched, and a waterfall of cold washed down my backside. No way. Tobias was attractive, but this was so not the time. "What is it?" I asked, brushing off the spark I'd just felt. "And why the snake?" "It's an Ouroboros. Open the letter." "What else would I do with it?" I replied, pretending to know what the hell an Ouroboros was, as I pried off the wax and pulled the message from the envelope. It was thicker than normal paper, creamy too, expensive stuff. I unfolded the note and read the spiky, EKG-like scrawl. When I finished reading, my gaze lifted. "There's a safe house waiting for me?" I asked Tobias. "In New Haven, Connecticut? But why?" The ringmaster clearly had nothing to do with this. As a minor, he provided me housing, which was part of the reason I was in debt to him. Now, that privilege was gone. My boss paid me to get my jobs done, and nothing more. "We need to make sure you're safe." "From what? And who is we?" Tobias leaned in close. The heady scent of him, fresh but with a hint of leather and spice, filled my nostrils, making me dizzy. Why did he have to smell so damn good? "Did you memorize the address like they asked? And where they hid the key?" I nodded. "Good." Tobias pulled a lighter from his pocket and plucked the letter from my hand. In a flash, he set the page aflame and dropped it to the ground. The spiky scrawl disappeared, eaten up by an orange glow. He reached into his suit pocket and pulled out something else. "Do not return to the rooms you were renting. Go to the airport. This is your new identity until we say otherwise." I took the item, a passport. Upon opening it, I saw that this was an excellent fake, one with money tucked in the center, both US dollars and Egyptian currency. Tobias might look proper, like an upstanding citizen, but he wasn't legit. Then again, neither was I. "You'll find a ticket has already been purchased in your name at the Air Egypt counter," he continued. "Get on the plane, go to the house, and wait quietly. Don't leave. Do not make a ruckus." "What if I don't want to get on the plane?" I challenged. I hated when people told me what to do. It was the Taurus in me. "The choice is yours." His shined leather shoes stomped on the letter, now blackened beyond recognition. The flame snuffed out, and he kicked the ashes around. "But if you don't, you're going to wish you had." He turned toward the door and opened it. The person who took the pearl will hunt you, and you're not prepared to fend them off. If I were you, I'd take the deal." Then he left me standing in the dank hallway, alone and utterly confused. Chapter 4. Meredith. I stared at the door of the house, my prison for the last 3 days, toes tapping on the hardwood floor in staccato bursts. Okay, perhaps prison was too strong a word. I had arrived here of my own free will. I'd locked the door behind me with my own fingers. And honestly, the place was nice, though minimal. Keys lay in a ceramic bowl, white on the outside, gray inside. The furniture was modern, with bright pillows for flair. A gas fireplace provided ambiance at night. Best of all, the home had a ton of books and a well-stocked fridge that always had exactly what I wanted. I swore a block of my favorite smoked cheddar hadn't been in there yesterday, but it had appeared like magic when I'd gone rummaging this morning. All of my stuff from Egypt was present, too. Well, almost all of it. My phone appeared to be missing, but that didn't surprise me. There was no phone in this house, no computer either. Zero means of connection to the outside world. Tobias had said to wait quietly, which apparently meant no phone calls. The only part that didn't quite fit the rest of the home was the garage. It was stocked with car parts, and the scent of oil hung heavily in the air, hinting that whoever owned the place worked on vehicles. Posters of motorcycles and luxury cars were pinned on the walls, too. So, yeah, prison wasn't quite right. But the trap sensation was all too real. Stifling. Almost like death was closing in on me. I hadn't seen or heard from Tobias since I'd learned someone was hunting me, and I was dying for information. I turned away from the front door, and a sigh gusted out of me. What the hell am I doing here? It was one of the many questions I kept asking myself, along with, what had happened to Dens? How was I going to get my most recent arrest off my record so it didn't haunt me for the rest of my life? And why would the person who took the pearl be hunting me? Probably the most terrifying question, though, was what my boss thought of me just up and leaving without contacting him. The ringmaster had claimed that if someone working for him ever left his employ without paying him what they owed, which was a lot of money, he'd find them. He'd end them. No one left this game without the ringmaster's blessing. So did that mean I had 2 people hunting me? An unknown person and my boss? Had coming here, even to avoid an unknown threat, been a huge mistake? The scars tracking the sides of my spine tightened. Most of the time, I could go weeks pretending they weren't there, but not since I'd arrived at this place. My anxiety over my boss made that impossible. I shuffled to the kitchen and opened the fridge. The block of smoked cheddar stared back at me. I shook my head and snatched it up. Once I had sliced off a mountain of cheese, I relocated to the living room and sat on the couch, perching the plate of cheese on my lap. Last night, I pulled a few books from the shelf. All of them were occult in nature, except for a piece of fiction about a supernatural spy school. It looked fun, but I didn't have the brain space for fiction right now. I was living one hell of a story myself. I flipped open one of the larger tomes. It was leather-bound and stank. I'd never understood people who said they liked the smell of books. The old ones were musty and gross. Inside this one, there were symbols and explanations as to what they meant. Some spells, too, though I couldn't decipher them. The ringmaster made us study the occult, because a lot of people we stole from believed in magic, or the old gods. But I'd never read a book quite like this one. I was in the middle of the volume, flipping nonchalantly, when the air in the room shifted. I stiffened, a piece of cheese hanging halfway out of my mouth. Then, unexpectedly, I twisted toward the front door. Neon blue and pink symbols flashed above it. My mouth fell open, and the cheese tipped out onto the floor. Are those runes? As if in response, someone knocked. I shot out of my seat, flinging the plate of cheese all over the ground. If it wasn't someone coming to kill me, I'd have a hell of a mess to clean up later. I was being ridiculous. A killer wouldn't knock Mare. And there I was, talking to myself again. I really needed to get out of here. I stared at the door. Would they knock again? Had it been a mistake, like UPS had gone to the wrong door? My gaze flashed up. The runes had dimmed, but another knock came, and the runes flashed bright blue and pink again. "Meredith Stone?" a male voice called out. "I am... friends." The word didn't sound right on the man's lips, almost as if he hated to admit it. "With Tobias Aston. He sent me to fill you in on what's happening." He was a colleague of Tobias's, last name Aston. Suit guy. So, not a killer. Or would the killer say that? I mulled it over for about 2 seconds before deciding I'd chance it. I was desperate for answers. I rushed to the door and flung it open. A blond man with bright blue eyes and a scar along his jawline stared back at me. He wore dark jeans and a patterned button-up. A hint of tattoos peeked out of his sleeve. I'd spent a lot of time staring out the window, watching students pass on their way to summer courses or their job or whatever they were doing. I'd imagined 100 different scenarios, and this dude looked like a Yale girl's dream. Clean enough to be within limits, but with a hint of bad boy. His eyes dipped to take me in, judging me. Easy to do, considering I was in sleep shorts and a tank top stained with yesterday's food. Jesus, why hadn't I put on real clothes? Oh, maybe because I've been in this house by myself for 3 days. "Who are you?" I demanded. His lips twitched. "Hans Novak. This is my home." He removed my hand from where it rested on the doorframe and waltzed right in. I blinked. His home? No photos or personal effects lined the walls or shelves, although, now that he mentioned it, the place had a masculine edge. More metal and leather than I would expect from a woman's home. Less color. Still, I thought it was a rental. "Surprised?" Hans smirked, and in that single word, I caught a hint of an accent. Eastern European of some type. "You're not who I pictured owning this place." As the words left my mouth, I recalled the garage. With his tats and scarred jaw, that was the only part of the home that seemed to fit him. "I hired a professional to decorate." Hans shrugged. "Didn't have time for it." I got the distinct sense he also didn't really care what his home looked like on the inside. Odd. "Right," I replied, trying to make sense of the man before me. "So, why have I been in your house for 3 days?" "It was a safe place to keep you until we decided how to proceed. Also, I sleep at headquarters a lot because things always crop up that need my attention." "I see you made yourself comfortable." Hans gestured to the cheese all over the floor. "Your knock startled me." "Right." He smirked. "I should change," I said, feeling stupid, way too underdressed, and like I needed a moment to think. "Brilliant idea." I rushed back to the bedroom, his bedroom, probably, and fished my favorite ripped jeans and tank top out of my bag. All the while, trying to make sense of what was happening and the man in the living room. I pulled them on quickly and glanced in the mirror. I looked like hell, but I didn't want to take too long getting ready. I wanted answers. Clearly some sort of organization had put me here. Why? And who? Quickly, I ran a comb through my hair and brushed my teeth. After, I applied mascara and cleaned up the flecks that always dotted my lower lash line. Then I called it good. I waltzed back down the hallway like I didn't have a care in the world, even though my heart was thundering. When Hans's eyes landed on me again, his eyebrows lifted. "You're cute, but psycho, huh?" How dare he look at my beloved tank in such a way? I'd gotten it at a concert, tickled by the message, but clearly Hans was not into it. Well, screw him. "Yeah," I said defensively. "About sums me up." "Why do you say that?" I've always been a bit off. Different. I robbed graves and tombs. I broke into high-security buildings to steal. I ganked treasures from rich people so other rich people could buy it. And I did it without getting caught. My intuition was strong and nearly always right. Heck, even my appearance was unique. Not many people had different colored eyes. In my case, one blue and one green. So, yeah, I was different. Though not crazy. The shirt was just cute. Anyway, I deflected, I'm in your house, and now you're here. Why have I been here for days? Who put me here? And most importantly, who's going to kill me? Hans nodded. Direct. I like it. Most people say the same, but they don't mean it. He chuckled. You're hanging out with the wrong people. My lips parted in shock. I had thought the same many times. My honesty always charmed people at first, but eventually, whether it be days, weeks, or months later, I always said the wrong thing. Then they no longer considered my direct nature cute. Annoying, more like. He motioned to the living room. Take a seat. I'll cover as much as I can. Only then did I notice that he'd picked up my mess of cheese while I'd gotten ready. That surprised me, but I didn't let it show on my face as I dropped into the chair across from the couch. Accommodations for one. I didn't need Hans sitting next to me, no matter how hot or clean he was. Anything that insinuated we were buddies was not happening. Tobias told you that your life was in danger. Hans said, He's right. I suspect after what happened, you have many questions. What do you know about what happened in the tomb? There were no surveillance cameras down there, just a million snakes and dust. And mist. Deadly mist. None of which I'd mentioned to the police. We don't know a lot, he admitted. Only that you and your partner were there, and someone knocked him out before the authorities came. What happened to him? I asked. Your partner or Tobias? I don't care about what happened to Tobias. Hans smiled. Yeah, he and Suit Guy had some sort of beef. They have released your partner, though not with any pressure from us, he assured me. Who is us? You're not familiar with Yale, are you? Why do you say that? My shirt? I didn't like his tone. I could be rocker chic and smart. More like your past history, which we've been studying, he retorted, not at all apologetic. I crossed my arms over my chest, but didn't interject. There are many secret societies at the university, he continued. Shadows and Secrets, which is us, is one of the oldest landed societies, also one of the most discreet. Like Skull and Bones? I'd heard the name on a TV series, or maybe in a book. Skull and Bones is one of the other landed societies. They're popular and produce lots of presidents. However, we are far more selective. This is starting to sound a lot like a who has the biggest shaft competition. He snorted. Well, to be in our group, you have to be special. And as it turns out, Meredith, you fit the requirements to a T. He leaned forward, placing his elbows on his knees in a relaxed position, though his eyes remained serious. To be part of Shadows and Secrets, you need magic. And you have it, Meredith. You have a lot of it. My mouth fell open, and I leaned back into the chair as shock washed over me like a tsunami. I'm magical? I'd had crazy experiences throughout the years that led me to believe things existed that couldn't be explained, like mist that transformed into an animal form and chased me through a tomb. Goosebumps dotted my skin. As if he could feel them too, Hans's gaze darted to my arms. Still, he said nothing, waiting. I cleared my throat. Do you mean magic like hocus pocus? Spells and potions? Or ghosts and stuff? His full lips twitched, bemused. Hocus pocus is part of it. Ghosts exist too. You want me to dive deeper for you? Yes, I said, not sure if it was the truth. There are witches and wizards and mages, although mages are pretty rare.
Most live in Isila, though a handful are here for whatever reason. Some people belonging to those orders turn dark and prefer the term sorcerers. They're assholes. He pursed his lips before continuing. There are also shifters, vampires, demons, those of demon blood in this world, which we call hell-blooded, necromancers, and many other creatures. I assume you've heard of most of those, though. My eyes practically bugged out of my head. They're all real? They are. So, necromancers. Why aren't there armies of the dead? It would take a necromancer of incredible power and skill to command such an army, though they can raise a few of the dead and perform other valuable feats of magic. I can't say there's ever been one quite so powerful to control an entire army. Thank goodness. That would be terrifying. Hans agreed, his gaze softening, as if he were entertaining me.
For once, I didn't even care if someone thought I was silly. I was just relieved no one could raise a troop of zombies. I'd seen the movies. I knew how that ended. Not good, Houston.
Modern stories get a lot of finer points about magic wrong, but the creatures are all real.
He lifted his hands and snapped his fingers. A flame erupted in his palm and danced up and down his arm. My heart rate jumped as I pushed back into my seat. He wasn't burning at all, not even red where the flames licked his skin. What are you?
Wizard. And we suspect you are of my kind, a witch.
The terms are gendered? I wrinkled my nose. How old-fashioned.
They are, Hans said, but as a group we're called witches. Long live the matriarchy and all that. He winked and earned a few more points in my book. Anyway, because we're similar, I was sent to explain about our group.
I waited, so he continued.
Shadows and Secrets is not just a secret society on campus. We're also a coven of sorts. The landed society part is so we blend in better around Yale.
A coven of witches. I shook my head. This was freaking wild.
Not quite. That's why I said of sorts. We're a coven of all types of creatures. Take Tobias. He is a
vampire, I breathed. I'd watched the popular shows. I'd seen how vampires could use compulsion to sway what others thought. That had to be what Tobias had done to the guards in the prison. Am I living a YA trope? But I'm 21!
Bingo. He looked impressed. You're quick to catch on.
In my line of work, it was either catch on quick or die. But oh my god, vampires? Wait, they can walk in the sun? I'd seen it happen, but who could blame me for questioning it? Perhaps Tobias had a daywalker ring or whatever.
They can walk in the sun, Hans confirmed. Humans just made up some lore to make themselves feel safer. All supernaturals can walk among people at any hour. Most of the time, they never learn of our existence.
I closed my eyes briefly. I cannot believe this is happening to me.
Really? He arched an eyebrow at me. You said you've always been different. Did you feel things?
I gulped. The mist. The runes. My intuition? I've always had good intuition, especially when finding old artifacts. And I've seen some weird shit. My gaze veered to the door. Nothing was there. Even here, I swear I saw runes flashing above your door before you came in.
You did. They alert those in sight to someone approaching, and more importantly, they keep out the rabble.
He shrugged.
Or townies selling junk. You wouldn't believe how many kids sell candy door to door. Poison, I tell you.
Do the runes hurt people? I asked, ignoring his babbling over sugar and trying to make out the marks he'd confirmed were present. I couldn't find a single trace of them.
No, just alert and deter people. I can teach you how to do that for your own place eventually.
My own place? I hadn't had a permanent address in years. I traveled the world, stealing artifacts and ancient treasures and reselling them. With that kind of life, who had time for a home? Maybe. I pulled my gaze from the door, back to him. Obviously you guys knew I was in prison, but how did you find me?
The necklace you removed from the tomb created a ripple around the globe. It's dangerous. Deadly.
The person who took it after I did called it the Pearl of Hell.
Hans rolled his eyes. Vampires have a flair for the dramatic. Tobias aside, of course. He's as dry as sawdust.
So they thought that person was a vampire. Might explain how he moves so fast. What does the Pearl of Hell do?
Should we discuss this at headquarters? He asked instead. Are you comfortable leaving to see Shadows and Secrets Hall?
I stood. Let's go. The moment I stepped outside, I breathed in fresh air for the first time in 3 days. I threw my arms wide and tipped my chin to the clear blue sky. Ah! Hans gave me an amused expression.
Feeling cramped in there?
It's a nice place, but yeah, I'm usually more active.
I wasn't about to admit my activity was usually a result of casing new places to swipe ancient goods or valuable art from.
This coven knew enough about me, while I knew nothing about them. Except that they were made up of supernatural creatures and called themselves Shadows and Secrets. Goosebumps crawled up my arm. I had known some shady characters in my life. Were these people shady?
The hall's not far, he said conversationally. S&S is one of the oldest societies, so she's kept her tomb on campus, even though we've become less active in the Yale community over the years.
Wait, tomb?
I eyed him sidelong. That sounded sketch. Oh, yeah, just another word for the hall. Hans shrugged. Headquarters. It's kind of archaic, but other societies use the term for their halls, so we do too.
I nodded and looked away. Head spinning, I fell into silence. Hans didn't say anything either. He must have sensed that I needed a moment. We walked past a bunch of kids on the way to classes, even though it was late summer. They were around my age, but looked so naive. I was sure a lot of them had traveled the world on Daddy's credit card and stuck to tourist trails. A few might have volunteered to build huts for the less fortunate or something. They lived charmed lives. Not necessarily innocent, but not truly dangerous either. I doubted any of them had seen the seedy underbelly of the world. The part that would rip you out of your comfort zone and throw you into a pit, just to watch you claw your way out. That was the world I had been raised in. It was nothing like this Ivy League fairy tale. One guy winked at me, his J. Crew attire far too clean for my taste. I looked away, uncomfortable.
Hey, that's a great sign, Hans said. We need members who can pass as students here when the fall term begins. Gives us more credibility.
You don't have actual students applying to S&S?
No, too dangerous. Instead, we have members get into the school who can pose as students. They have to take and pass classes, though. Otherwise, the society would be in trouble. Term starts in a couple of weeks, so Luca will have to set that up quickly.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was Yale. And I'd only gotten my GED. As a young teen, the ringmaster had plucked me out of my shitty personal situation, promised me protection. After living on the streets and fending off men who sought to take advantage, I'd immediately agreed. I wanted safety. Love. I got the former, and only when I did what my boss asked. I'd been working to pay off debts owed to the person who'd gotten me off the streets ever since. I was almost there, too. Just a year or two more of thieving, and I'd be able to repay the ringmaster and go my own way.
Is that something you'd like?
Hans asked when I didn't leap at the offer. I mulled it over as we walked, studying the campus. I enjoyed learning, but Yale? I wasn't sure I had what it took to even pretend to belong here.
I glanced down at my tank top and ripped jeans. Man, I really did stand out. We'll talk about it. Hans filled in the silence I'd left. The Coven leader will meet with you and go over your role in more detail, if you're accepted into SNS, of course. I pressed my lips together, not liking being yanked around. Either they wanted me, or they didn't. And seeing as they'd hid me in Hans's house for 3 days and were protecting me, I suspected they did. But why? Did they know I worked for the ringmaster? Or even who he was? We'll see. I tried to match his nonchalance. We fell quiet as we walked across a long campus green. All around, people darted into buildings. Though the semester hadn't even started yet, there were so many students. As the days passed, I expected more bright, rich young things would trample this area with their designer boots and sneakers. What a strange place. I was still busy checking everything out when Hans took a sharp turn down a very narrow street. I followed, and a wave of cold washed over me. Rubbing my hands on my arms, I looked around, though I found no source for it. "A ward," Hans offered. "We can't have students traipsing up to our front door. We like being in the heart of the university. We've been here for centuries, but the location comes with liability." "And no students noticed the ward?" I asked as we walked down the lane. If I had magic and didn't know, other people had to be in the same boat. "They might, but our warder makes sure they don't feel inclined to explore this area," he said, and stopped before a door. "But I can't imagine there aren't any kids at Yale who have magic. Wouldn't they send something?" "They know better than to come snooping." I arched an eyebrow, examining the entrance to the so-called secret society. I don't know. It looks like a door to a plain back-alley pub to me. "Exactly the point." He smirked. "Ready to have your mind blown?" "It's already shattered to pieces." "Miss Cute but Psycho, you ain't seen nothing yet." He placed his hand on an Ouroboros, a symbol that, given my experience in the tomb, made my mouth go dry. The serpent lit up bright gold, and he pressed the door inward. Chapter 5. Tobias.
"You can't be serious." I paced in front of the expansive mahogany desk. My hands were clasped behind my back, my face placid as I tried to conceal how much the Coven Master's choice irritated me. The girl doesn't know a thing about our world, Luca. When I spoke with her in Egypt, she looked like a doe staring down a crossbow. My claim wasn't entirely accurate. Meredith Stone had handled herself relatively well. Impressively, even, for someone blind to the hidden world. But did that mean she belonged in Shadows and Secrets? Absolutely not. Luca's eyes twinkled as he glanced up from the paperwork strewn over his desk. "You know, Tobias, a gun would be a more common reference nowadays. Please say you're not using antiquated turns of phrase on missions." I gave him a withering look, which had absolutely no effect on the mage. 1. People have been hunting with guns since I've been alive. And 2. I excel at playing my roles. I'd been acting one part or another for 150 years, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Although, I had to admit, recently I'd been pining for my human days, a time when I'd lived openly. I didn't know why, just that there was something missing in my life. Or maybe it was the opposite. Perhaps it was time to end my long life. My heart, the one that had rarely beat since the day my maker turned me in a dingy London street reeking of mud and piss and debauchery, some of which I was to blame for, gave a hard thump in protest. I cocked my head slightly, bewildered. "You know as well as I, the girl found the pearl of hell." Luca pressed. "She could be useful.
At the very least, we need to learn how she found it. I doubt she knows. Luca leaned back in his leather chair and arched a single grey, dappled eyebrow. He was younger than me, but not by much. However, looking at us, no one would guess I was the elder. Luca appeared to be around 50, though he claimed to be more than triple that age, whereas I'd become a vampire at 25. Mages, vampires, fae, dragons, the Wolvia, all creatures originating from Asila lived very long lives and retained their youth for most of their years. Or, in the case of vampires, they remained the age they were when they were turned. Usually, that was fairly young. I'd only met 3 vampires who'd been turned when they were over 40 years of age. She must have some inkling of how she did it. Luca mused. And if we can teach her how to use her power, she can find other items. You're forgetting one key thing. He sighed. And I suspect you'll enlighten me. If you're lucky. The Coven master snorted, as if you could refrain. Go on, then. She found the Pearl of Hell, and she lost it. I leaned back against his bookshelf, the top half of which contained leather-bound tomes from across the ages. Drawers lined the bottom half, filled with weapons and other items the Coven master wanted close. Of course she lost it, Luca replied, unbothered. It's no secret the Ordo Aeternum are after it. I would not be surprised if they were the ones to possess it now. What chance did she stand against them? I had to agree that the Ordo was our prime suspect, even if we had no proof. And if Meredith was pitted against the supernatural group that wished to rule both the magical and human communities, she wouldn't stand a chance in hell. And yet, even if it would keep her safe, even if she did have a raw talent we could utilize, I couldn't stand the idea of that girl joining our coven. Protecting her was one thing. It was what S&S did. But did Luca really have to welcome the thief with open arms? I was about to plow forth to convince Luca that allowing someone so naive and with such flimsy morals into S&S would be a dreadful idea, when a knock came at the door. Yes? Luca called. Shay appeared, her long brown hair falling like a curtain as she poked her head in the door. Ever-present excitement rippled across her fine features.
She's here. Should we show her to your office?
The Coven master stood and shook his head. Not right away. I'd like to see how she reacts to our haul. Interesting. For all of his talk, he might not trust the girl either. I should get going. I pushed off the bookshelf. I'll return to the Beinecke and see if I can't dig up more clues. I know as well as anyone who had been privy to the disturbances shaping our world that I wouldn't find a damn thing on any of the 7 lapis caelesti in the Beinecke library. Only one book held the location of the mystical stones, the very gems the angels had created and used to give rise to magical creatures in the world. The stones that unknown creatures from the past had separated from each other and hidden because they were too powerful to keep together. Gemstones, which in the hands of one person had the power to ruin the world. The missing tome isn't going to just appear in the library, Tobias, Luca chided. That's why we need her. If I'm right about how she is, this girl is the key to heading off the devastation before it comes to pass. Fine. Then you'll come with us and give the girl a proper reception. Behind Luca, Shay smirked.
Tobias is in the welcome committee? Talk about a shocker. Try not to scare her off stiff. Maybe even smile a little.
She beamed, showing off perfectly straight teeth. I bristled at the nickname, but hid my annoyance. Shay loved getting a rise out of me, and I hated giving her what she wanted. Same to you, I retorted. Keep your wings hidden. They're a bit much. Too showy. Shay stuck out her tongue, which gave me a little satisfaction. Luca shook his head and laughed as the three of us filed out. The corridors buzzed with excitement as we made our way to the heart of the Coven's hall. For days, people had been asking me about the young woman I'd lifted from an Egyptian prison, as if I'd taken the time to get to know her when there were more important matters on the line. Why weren't they more concerned that the Ordo Eternum likely possessed the Pearl of Hell? What little history we had to go on told us the pearl could rip away a man's sanity. If combined with any of the other lapis caelesti, it was said they could do much worse. And if they're all together, I shuddered. A gesture Shay didn't miss, judging by the arch of her eyebrow. There was a lot about the perky young woman that annoyed me, but her powers of observation I respected.
"What's she like?"
asked the wisp of a woman at my side. "Why aren't we discussing the pearl?" I growled, ignoring her and focusing on the mage. "It has been hidden for thousands of years, Tobias," Luca answered. "Whoever took it from Meredith will ensure the Pearl of Hell continues to be hidden until they're ready to use it. Have you heard of explosive signs of madness occurring around the globe yet?" "No," I admitted grudgingly. "Still, we should be narrowing down our choices." "We will, when she's ready," Luca replied, patiently, never one to be rushed. So Italian. "When the person in possession of the pearl uses it for the first time, we'll know precisely where to search. And I, for one, hope that doesn't come any time soon. Until then, we focus on training the girl. She'll need to look past magical protections to find the pearl, and we need to help her."
"And you didn't answer my question, Tobias."
Shay placed a hand on her hip, annoyance brimming in her usually bubbly tone.
"What's she like?"
I shrugged. "Naive, too young, intriguing, mysterious, argumentative." My jaw tightened at the last.
"Compared to you, everyone is young."
Shay scoffed. Luca twisted, his eyebrows pinched together. "Old age will come for you too, if you're lucky." Shay was a Nephilim, which in the Bible referred to a group, a race of giants, but in magical society meant something else entirely. Nephilim were simply part angel and part human beings. They could live well over 200 years, but rarely more than 500. At some point, the angel blood could no longer constrain the human blood in their veins. We traversed the halls, and others fell in step behind us. They were trying to be smooth about it, but were not succeeding. To think these people were members of a coven that hunted dark artifacts and evil creatures. We were the shield protecting the human world from beings that wanted to destroy it. How were they not more covert? "Aren't you worried about her being a thief?" I tried once more to get Luca to see sense. The Coven Master gave me another mildly irritated, amused look. "No more than when you told me you were a mudlarker. That's not too far from being a thief. People lost things in the mud off the Thames all the time. It was no crime to dig up those items and sell them. At least, not until after my larking days were already over. Even when it was a crime, larkers did not steal priceless treasures from heritage sites." "True," Luca said. "But I suspect you weren't so innocent as a sailor either." My eyes narrowed, which made the mage chuckle. "I'm only teasing. I've heard you, Tobias, and I still believe she could be useful, and I would like to introduce her to the Coven." I exhaled. Something I didn't need to do to live, but the habit stuck, particularly when frustration gripped me. We had capable creatures. Why risk bringing in someone so easily trailed by the Ordo Eternum? Or, in the off chance they hadn't been the ones to take the Pearl of Hell, trailed by anyone else? It was asking for trouble.
There she is!
Shay pointed over the railing, into the atrium below. We paused and leaned over the banister. Indeed, there was Meredith Stone, walking next to Hans with stars in her eyes. I scoffed and shook my head. If the girl was struck by the haul, how would she react in front of real treasure? Or real adversity? Those in S&S often put their lives on the line. It was our job. Would she crack? She didn't in Egypt. I frowned. No, she hadn't. But she hadn't been facing down real danger with me. I'd merely delivered a message. Down below, Hans stopped to introduce Meredith to people. A few bore the signs of their magical orders. Wings, horns, scales, and fangs. Shockingly, Meredith held it together. Until she came across a compatriot of mine with blood-red eyes. Then she took a step back. See? I nudged Luca. Reggie didn't feed. He should have. The Coven master replied. Red eyes would frighten anyone. They don't frighten me.
Because you see them in the mirror when you don't eat enough.
Shay interjected.
Believe me, they're freaky as shit.
Such foul language from the heavenly, I retorted, affronted. I'd always been considered a handsome man, but being a vampire made one a touch more vain than normal. She shrugged.
Blame it on your human half.
I was about to reply when something caught my eye. A dark figure, moving far too fluidly, too snake-like. It darted from the opening of the hallway, moving in on the interloper to the Coven. Hans was too caught up in talking to a siren to notice, while Luca and Shay remained too focused on Meredith herself. No one spied the shade as he put on a burst of speed. Nor did anyone notice as he pulled a glowing red blade from his black cloak. My heart gave another hard thump, and something inside urged me to move. I didn't question it. I leapt into motion, hurtling over the railing. Gravity took me, and I plummeted. People shrieked as I flew past them, 3 levels to the ground floor of the atrium. The shade glanced up, its glowing red eyes latching onto me. He sped up, trying to reach the girl before I did. Bloody hell! I muttered, still falling. What was Hans doing? Clearly not paying attention to his charge. My feet hit the ground, and I sprinted toward the thief, a blur to all who saw me. When I reached her, I pressed Meredith into a wall and shielded her with my body. "What's going on?" the young woman gasped. By the distortion of her words, I figured her face must be pressed against the wall, or perhaps my back. Though she might be uncomfortable, that was better than dead. I continued to protect her body with my own. "Let me go!" Meredith yelled, louder this time. Hans turned, his easy smile falling from his face when he caught sight of me. "What are you doing?" "Your job, Novak!" I yelled as the creature of darkness closed in. "Shade! Shade! At your back!" The dark spirit hurled itself at Hans, who whirled about just in time to block it. A flurry of activity followed, and for a moment Meredith stopped struggling. "What is that thing?" she asked, her tone smaller than before. "A shade." "A what?" I rolled my eyes and pivoted when the shade slithered past Hans and got close enough to swipe its hell-cursed blade in our direction. My skin took the brunt, slicing open. I hissed as it knitted back together and prepared to retaliate, but Hans hauled the devil back. I stayed put, knowing I was best used as a shield for the woman who wouldn't survive a blade created in the pits of the underworld. A shade is an evil spirit from hell. Right now, it seems to be partially corporeal. They can only take human form temporarily, and even then they usually flicker in and out. This one has been sent on a mission. A mission? What kind? Probably to kill you. What? I smirked. Welcome to the Coven of Shadows and Secrets, Meredith Stone.
Chapter 6. Meredith. Tobias crushed into me, his body as solid as the wall at my back. The effect should have been suffocating, but the damn vampire smelled so scrumptious it almost made up for the pompous line he'd spouted. "Welcome to Coven of Shadows and Secrets, Meredith Stone." His words ran through my mind in a high, nasally voice that was nothing like his rumbly English accent. Still, mocking Tobias, even just in my head, gave me great satisfaction. Why did he have to be so smug? So I hadn't known what the creepy person thing was. Actually, I still wasn't totally sure about it, or what the shade could do. The fact remained, I did not appreciate his tone. The shade let out a hair-raising shriek, exposing fangs that made me shudder as more people descended from the floors above. Some held balls of light, magic, in their hands. Others seemed to radiate power from their every pore. A brunette woman fluttered from above on pure white wings. The shade launched itself at Tobias, one last-ditch effort to get to me before the gathering crowd drove it off. It tore wildly at the sleeve of the vampire's black suit, and again, Tobias took the brunt of the attack, as if he were made of steel. But the creature got close enough to snap its mouth within inches of my earlobe. Rotting breath filled my nose, and I pressed my body flat against the wall as the creature's slitted nostrils flared dangerously. Thankfully, the next second, Hans leapt forward, pulling the monster off Tobias and hurling the beast across the atrium. I exhaled, trying to level out my jangled nerves. Okay, maybe I needed a little help, but just until I got my feet under me. "Move!" A male voice cut through the crowd. People scattered to the side, and a man appeared, running our way. He was a silver fox if there ever was one. Yes, it was a poor time to be checking someone out, but what could I say? I had hormones and eyeballs. At the sight of the newcomer, the shade loosed another horrible shriek, pivoted away from me, and soared away. But the silver fox was already on him. Magic, like wisps of glittering smoke on the wind, bloomed from him in a myriad of colors and caught the monster in a net of light. The shade screamed, eyes bulging as it thrashed about. "Stand back!" Silver Fox yelled. Immediately, everyone darted backward, making room. Hans uttered a spell, and a dome, a shield, wrapped around me, him, and Tobias. The older man was in the middle of the fancy atrium, the shade levitating in front of him. I was wondering what would happen when he conjured a sword out of thin air, also glittering with magic, and with one swipe, cut the shade in half. Thick tar and inky smoke exploded throughout the chamber, spraying as high as the third floor. It would have covered the others if they were still close by, or me, if Hans and Tobias hadn't protected me. As it was, it only covered Silver Fox, who dropped to his knees and fell to the ground unconscious. A moment later, the halves of the shade joined him on the floor with a thunk. A rotten scent wafted through the air, the stench of the dead creature, and I swallowed, disgusted but also awed. "Cleanse him," Tobias growled. Hans leapt into action. "Witches, wizards, help!" Tobias didn't move, so neither did I, but a half-dozen people darted closer, dancing over the goopy tar to reach the older man. Hans poured magic over him. It was obvious he was cleaning up the residue the shade had left behind, little by little. As more people joined, the process sped up, until the man looked as if he'd stepped out of the shower. A few magic workers then moved on to clearing the puddles from the ground, so we could walk. Suddenly, Tobias shifted, freeing me, and I fell forward. He caught me, his bare skin tingling against mine, and his gaze dipped down to where his hand clutched my arm. He felt that too, huh? Before, I thought it was adrenaline, but now that I knew magic existed, I wasn't so sure. Tobias snapped out of it first, lifting his eyes and scanning the crowd. "Luca needs to lie down, even if the poison is gone. Some will have seeped in through his skin, Or worse, his mouth. He'll be weak. Poison? So when a shade was killed, it spewed poison, possibly killing anyone nearby. Interesting. Now it made more sense why the others had fought it, but not as aggressively as the man who'd actually slain the monster. They had been scared.
I think we took care of most of it pretty fast. Still, we'll need a healing elixir.
Hans pointed to a woman in her 30s, with long blonde hair and a buxom figure.
Can you make it, Daff?
On it. You'll be in Luca's office? Tobias glanced at me, nose wrinkling. Did I stink? I refrained from sniffing my pits, because even if I was ripe, there was no way I smelled worse than the dead shade. This was twice in 10 minutes he'd been kind of a dick. I crossed my arms over my chest. The vampire's green eyes caught the gesture, and he turned away again. After he wakes, he'll want to proceed as planned. Hans looked at me and nodded.
Come, Meredith,
Tobias instructed.
I'll take you to the Coven Master's study. Hans, you have Luca? Right behind you.
Hans said as the older man, Luca apparently, levitated.
Watch out for the mist poison puddles.
I sucked in a breath. This was all so crazy. Before the attack, I'd been staring at the place all wide-eyed and probably making a fool of myself. Now that the danger had passed, I couldn't keep from doing so again. From the outside, it looked like a hole-in-the-wall dive bar, but on the inside, the hall was all gleaming wood and old-world charm. The symbol of one of my least favorite creatures, a snake, was everywhere. In the images, the serpent ate its tail, just like the wax seal on the letter Tobias had delivered in Egypt. Ornamental gold rings hung from the ceiling, spinning, one inside the other. A few such decorations dangled at different levels and caught light coming in from the skylights, reflecting it and spraying gold across the vast space. I wanted to ask what they were, but everyone was so focused on Luca that it felt wrong. I stayed quiet and continued following Hans and Tobias as they, and the winged woman, marched down the hallway, up the staircase, and into an office. They laid the man down on a navy velvet couch, mid-century modern style, if my memory served. While I scanned the area, eyebrows knitted. The entire room was a strange mashup of different eras. It was also rich, posh. This kind of wealth wasn't flashy or ostentatious, but it was so enmeshed in the design that to erase any sign of it, someone would have to tear the whole place apart.
You okay, Luca?
Tobias leaned over the man.
Fine,
he said, apparently having come to while we walked.
Weak, but fine. Is the girl okay?
I stiffened. As a general rule, I didn't like being called the girl. But this man had risked his life for me, so I'd let it slide. This time. I'm fine. Was that normal? The shade attacking here?
I'm glad you made it,
Luca replied, his voice breathy.
I'm Luca Moretti, Coven Master of Shadows and Secrets. No, shades don't normally pop in like that. Telling that it did, though, Hans said. Someone has been talking. Someone connected to one of the Hell-Blooded, or a sorcerer.
Hell-Blooded? Sorcerer? Hans had just told me that they were bad. Assholes, he'd so eloquently put it. If they could send, or worse, control a shade, that descriptor seemed pretty accurate.
Yes,
Luca grunted as he shifted his weight.
We'll speak of that later.
Again, he turned his gaze to me.
I wish your arrival had been less climactic, but while shade attacks are unusual, I will admit, things are rarely boring around here.
Which brings us to the point, I said, unable to hold back any longer. Why am I here?
You're here because the night you found the Pearl of Hell, a disturbance registered all around the globe. We traced it to the tomb you explored. From there, we found you and your partner in prison. It took only a moment to tell you were the one who caused the disturbance, not the man you were with. And yes, you have magic, a very particular kind.
Which is?
We'll have to test you to be sure, but I believe you're a witch, a seeker.
What do they do? Judging by the name, I had an idea, but wanted to be crystal clear.
Luca smiled wanly. Seekers are known for finding magical artifacts, which is what my coven specializes in. Although there hasn't been a seeker alive in many centuries, and it's probably not as easy as I make it sound. Some artifacts don't want to be found. As far as we know, some exist only in legends.
I was fantastic at finding ancient artifacts and relics. Had they been magical, and I never knew? The mist in the tomb had clearly been magic, but I'd taken hundreds of objects and never come across magic before my time in Egypt. And speaking of the tomb, an image of the damned flashlight I'd dropped popped into my mind. If they wanted me for something, I'd ask them to take care of that. And my new criminal record in Egypt. But not yet. I didn't want to give them leverage. Just yet. If I am a seeker, what am I here for? I presume you have a use for me.
Luca chuckled. You're smart. Good. If you decide to join us, you'll be attending classes at Yale, and it's always easier to hide the whip-smart acolytes in the crowd of Ivies. He coughed, and Hans and Tobias shared a glance. Are you sure you're okay? Tobias asked, then sniffed the air.
Could he sense something was off about Luca? Like when a dog sensed their human was ill?
Fine. The Coven master brushed off the concern, collecting himself and turning his attention back to me. You see, Meredith, supernaturals are rare, and seekers even more so. Many would want your magic.
Many like you?
Precisely, Luca replied. I won't deny that we have use for you in the Coven's ranks, but you can be certain others will too, those who seek the same things as us, but for darker means.
I blinked. Like the guy who had taken the necklace from me. I'd wondered how he'd known to be there. Had he sensed the disturbances Luca spoke of?
We don't want our adversaries to get a hold of certain objects, the Coven master added.
For a moment, he looked conflicted, as if unsure if he should continue. When that guy took the pearl in Egypt, he probably didn't know what I am, right?
We believe he did not. If he'd known, and if he's from the group we believe has the pearl, he would have taken you too. Used you to search for other powerful artifacts. Lucas swallowed. Your identity and magic is safe for now. Though if you join the Coven and the hunt for the pearl, it likely won't be that way forever.
After I paid off my debt to the ringmaster, my main plan had been to live in sublime anonymity. Maybe in a chill beach town in South America. Would this take me further from my plans? Even if it did, I couldn't deny I was interested in learning more. So, this pearl of hell, I ventured. What will it do?
If used for evil, the pearl will bring about chaos in the world. It could, if paired with other sacred gems, create destruction unlike the earth has ever seen before.
My stomach dropped. Not good.
No, Luca agreed. It's not. But if you join us, we can make sure the pearl and the 6 other lapis caelesti do not fall into malicious hands. We would also offer you protection and a sort of family. I drew a breath.
A family? I'd been working my ass off to pay back the ringmaster and go off on my own. But if what Lucas said about the pearl of hell was right, and the baddies already had it, we could all be in grave danger. What if the world went crazy because of something I unearthed? Living with that knowledge would be impossible. As much as I yearned to be a free agent, to lounge on the beach and sip from coconuts, I couldn't do so with this on my conscience. I had to learn more about this world and right my wrongs. After all, the pearl would still be buried under tons of sand if I hadn't found it. And that was another thing. What if, as Luca feared, someone came after me because I could find other powerful items? After seeing the shade, knowing that dark entities that I didn't understand might control them, I wasn't about to turn down protection. Once I got my magic up and running, I'd reconsider going it alone. But for now, I needed help. A trial run suits me. I'm not sure how long I'll stay, though, after we find the pearl. I swallowed. Before you broke me out of jail, I was actually considering a change of career. What an understatement. I'd wanted to break away from the ringmaster forever, but Luca didn't need to know about my troubled past. I held that close.
"This one might suit you," the mage said.
True. Does it pay?
Luca's lips curled up a touch. "Of course."
I mulled that over. Then eventually, I'd be able to pay my debts the right way. Perfect. Then I have only one request.
Which is?
Some people would flat out ask for debt to be taken care of. But I wasn't like that. I'd taken on the debt, I'd gotten myself into this situation, and I'd pay it. In no way did I want to feel as if my debts had just been transferred to the Coven. My stubborn pride couldn't handle it. In fact, I didn't want anyone here to know about what I owed. But I did need help, and I suspected that S&S had the means to deal with my issue. Erase my criminal records in Egypt and the United States. I dropped a flashlight in the last tomb I raided. That was probably found and used as evidence, so it will need to be confiscated too.
Consider it done.
Oh, okay, I said, surprised it would be that easy. Then I'm in, for now.
"Very well, Meredith Stone," he said. "Then we have no time to waste. We'll start tonight by testing your abilities with a sort of scavenger hunt. I'll need to arrange the event, so in the meantime, you can either stay here or return to the safe house. After the test, we'll induct you into the Coven, temporarily or not, and begin training. Whether you leave later is your choice. If you do, we'll perform a memory modification for your time here. Do you consider that fair?"
I'd get to know what I am still, right?
Correct. We'd only erase sensitive information you learned about shadows and secrets, and your memories pertaining to the Coven. For your safety, of course.
I nodded. I can live with that. It would suck to forget parts of my life, but so much of it was a blank anyway. What were a few more weeks, when years were already gone?
"We have a deal."
Luca's gaze switched to Tobias.
"You will be one of two racing her for the treasure."
The vampire's lips twitched, and his shoulders loosened. Something in the gesture made my spine straighten. What was that about? I asked, frustration mounting at the dismissive look on his face.
"I beg your pardon?"
The vampire's brows knitted together. Your lips twitched like you were trying not to smile. Or laugh, but I wasn't saying that out loud. "You did the douche thing," the winged woman, who reminded me a lot of Selena Gomez, piped up. "The thing where you think you're better than the rest of us."
"I did not."
"Then you think I have a chance of beating you?" I asked point blank. His lips twitched again. "See?" The young woman pointed, blue eyes wide. "He doesn't even know he's doing it, and it's annoying as hell." I agreed. But instead of digging in, I waited for him to answer.
"Was that a serious question?"
Tobias asked. I don't like to waste my breath.
"I'll admit, I don't think you'll be able to find whatever item they hid before I do. I'm a hunter, by title and nature."
"And I'm good at finding things." He paused.
"Undoubtedly. However, my belief has not changed."
My fist clenched. "Well, I guess I'll have to show you what I can do. Then you'll be forced to admit how wrong you were." The vampire's face hardened. I twisted to Hans, who appeared to be enjoying the show. "Can you show me around, or take me wherever I need to wait for the test? I'm done here." Shifting my gaze back to Tobias, I finished. I have a victory to plan. Chapter 7. Meredith. My hands wrapped around a mug of hot chocolate enhanced with hazelnut syrup as I scanned the cafe. After I'd agreed to test my abilities, Hans had escorted me back to his home. For the rest of the day, I'd paced the house, wondering how I'd beat a vampire at my task, and ate my emotions while I waited for instructions on what to do next. Thank you, magic refrigerator. Finally, 20 minutes before, I'd received a text instructing me to meet in the cafe down the street from the house. So here I was, waiting. If there was one thing I disliked, it was tardiness. It was so rude for people to be late, like their time was more valuable than anyone else's. I'd nearly decided to leave and go straight to the Coven headquarters when two young women burst through the cafe door. One was the brunette with wings I'd seen before, but her wings were gone, which was good, 'cause I was sure they wouldn't go over well in the middle of Yale. Still, I couldn't help but wonder where she'd put them. Did they retract into her back? I watched the lady scan the room. When the brunette's gaze latched on me, she rushed over. Again, she reminded me of a blue-eyed Selena Gomez. Sexy in a way that would always draw attention, but she could pull off the innocent look, too. "I'm so sorry we're late," she said breathlessly. "Harper had to make sure everything was perfect. Yell at her." "Or don't," the other girl countered as she joined us. She had straight red hair and glittering emerald eyes. They both looked like models, and though I was no slouch, I felt plain by comparison. I sat up straighter to compensate for the sudden pang of self-consciousness. "Luca would hate if everything wasn't just right," the ginger added. "Let's get coffee, then we can fill her in." She didn't bother apologizing, nor did she appear remorseful as she turned and strode to the counter. Someone was confident. "You want something else?" The Selena look-alike gestured to my cup. "They make a mean latte here. Organic beans or something. I don't know. Maybe it's magic." She winked. "Yeah, your names would be nice. I need to stop referring to you in my head by your hair color." The girl facepalmed herself. "Duh! I'm Shay, and the ginger is Harper. But I gotta get a latte. I'm so dead. Be right back, 'kay?" I nodded, and apparently, reassured I was not upset, Shay trailed Harper to the counter. I observed them as they ordered. They interacted with the familiarity of friends, even if one was clearly annoyed at the other. Truthfully, I couldn't remember what close female companionship felt like. It had been so long since I'd had a bestie. Denz was the closest thing I had to a friend, and he was much more of a coworker than a pal. He didn't even know what I was up to, or anything about my past. Not that I knew much about his either. Moments later, Shay bounded back to the table. "Just got a text. They're not quite ready for you, which is perfect. We have a bit of time to chill and get acquainted." I frowned. They had all day to prepare. "True," Harper joined us, "but we're hiding something from a vampire who is good at finding things, a wolf with one of the best noses on the East Coast, and someone who might be a true seeker. The Coven is taking their time covering their tracks. No one wants this to be too easy on you." "Of course not," I snorted. "Don't throw the clueless one a bone or anything." Shay laughed. "You found the pearl of hell. You know how to use your power a little. We only need to see how well you manage it." "I don't," I insisted. "I know nothing. You might as well call me Jon Snow." They exchanged unsure glances. "So I'm the only nerd here? Awesome." For a moment, I tried to guess what kind of magical beings they were, but gave up. I was only wasting time speculating. So I asked outright. "What sort of supernaturals are you two?" "Wolf," Harper said. "Shifter, that is." I blinked, shocked. She had a sort of stiff upper lip vibe. Her appearance fit in at Yale, as did her designer jeans and crisp button-down. But wolves brought to mind someone much more rugged, wild, raw. "She likes to be different," Shay explained, correctly interpreting my stare. "As for me, I'm a Nephilim." I tilted my head at the strange term. "A what?" "Nephilim. We're half human, half angel. Though I'm not quite half angel, but pretty close." "And what do Nephilim do?" "Tons of things. We're strong, we can fly, although I rarely do because I have to hide my wings." "Where?" "They just disappear with our magic." "What kind of magic?" "We have powers of the heavenly sort," Shay continued after a beat, which didn't really answer my question, but I let it slide. "We're the basis of supernatural creatures, after all. My kind." "She means full angels are the basis of all supernatural creatures in this realm," Harper cut in. They created magical beings, both light and dark, though of course they didn't mean to make the latter. Her kind, Nephilim, are a byproduct of an angel tussling with a human. I was about to ask what she meant by this realm when Shay stuck her tongue out at the shifter. Whatever, Miss Encyclopedia. The Nephilim turned to me, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Harper belongs at Yale, which is nice when you need help on assignments. But other times, she's Miss Know-It-All. You get used to it, the wolf replied with a sly smile. She apparently took no offense at the jab. Actually, she seemed to relish it. Shay rolled her eyes, but amusement still lined her face. Kinda. Her comment was followed by a muted buzzing. Shay pulled her phone out of her pocket, glanced at its screen, dropped it on the table, and clapped her hands. They're ready! Let's go! With the wolf and the angel practically vibrating with excitement, and my stomach weathering an odd mixture of anxiety and determination, we rose from our table and left the cafe. As soon as we stepped onto the sidewalk, I stopped and stared at them. Now what? Shay still had her phone in her hand. She faced the screen toward me, and I looked at the image on it. A book with leather bindings and a cover engraved with a gold pentacle. Find that, Harper explained. It's an ancient grimoire, a witch's book of spells and knowledge. It once belonged to Bridget Bishop and still resonates with her magic. I had no idea who Bridget Bishop was, or how to find this book. You're not going to give me some sort of clue? Why would we? If you're a seeker, you should be able to find what you want to find. What are you here for, then? If I can find that with no issue, why do I need help? Someone has already attacked you, Harper pointed out. Our group has been keeping tabs on you all day. No, they haven't, I said, skeeved out by the idea. Hans dropped me at home and left, and I was alone until I came here. I even walked to the cafe alone. The redhead gestured upward, where ravens perched on the telephone lines. Just because you walked by yourself doesn't mean you weren't being watched. We can't make it too obvious who you are because you've drawn enough attention already. But a necromancer in our coven can see through the eyes of ravens. Anytime you're outside, they'll be watching you. Shay looped her arm through mine. So, you know what the book looks like. Now you have to dig into yourself to find it. Hans and Luca hid it, and they will have covered their tracks. Magically, of course. I sighed. And I'm up against a wolf and a vampire. Both with good senses? Excellent senses, Harper confirmed. As much as I hate to compliment him, because he'd never let me hear the end of it, Gunnar is far superior to Tobias in that respect. Don't tell him I said that, though. Tobias probably hates how keen Gunnar's nose is, too, Shay laughed. Absolutely, Harper replied, a smirk playing on her lips. Which means you have to beat them. Shay turned back to me, excitement in her blue eyes. We need some lady power at the top of the hunter charts. Harper and I are on Team Meredith. I promised nothing, but looked down at the phone again. If they expected me to find the book before a vampire and a wolf, I needed to make every second count. The guys have already been told the hunt has started? You're not getting any advantage because you're new, Harper said bluntly. They start at the same time, and we're given the same parameter. The item is hidden within a 6-block radius of campus. I didn't think the limit of 6 blocks in any direction was such a huge boon, but Harper clearly did, so I wasn't about to argue. That might make me look weak. We really need a seeker. Shay's tone was softer than the wolf's, but no less serious. Luca is hoping you'll work out, but we need to watch you in action first. Make sure the Pearl of Hell wasn't a fluke, which it totally wasn't, but you know. She shrugged. Then we can induct you into the Coven and show you all our secrets. There are more? We're not called Shadows and Secrets for nothing, Harper snorted. Shay winked at me. Girlfriend, you only saw the tip of the iceberg. Find the grimoire and you'll be invited into a whole new world. I should probably get moving then. I closed my eyes. Calling up the image of the book in my mind, I tried to access my intuition. To my great surprise, the picture was crystal clear, and a faint pull, originating from somewhere in my chest, thinned my breath. Had this happened to me before? You okay? Shay asked. Yeah. I opened my eyes. I feel different. You've been around supernaturals now. Your magic might be responding. Harper examined me like I was a science project. It's possible, Shay said. If this helps you beat the dudes, all the better. My lips tugged upward. She had an excellent point. Perhaps this was the advantage I needed. Only if you hurry, though, Harper said, bringing both Shay and me back down to earth. This way. I turned right, not entirely sure why, but determined to go with it. Heck, it had always worked before. Why not now? We went down the street, the faint tugging in my chest guiding my way. Since I was concentrating, our trio was unusually quiet, which garnered a few strange looks from passing students. I ducked my head, feeling exposed as a group of 10 straight up stared. Apparently, 3 girls couldn't walk in silence. It's because we all have magic, Harper said softly. What? I asked, still moving, still following the pull. Whenever supernaturals gather together, we get more attention than when we're apart. Humans can't help but feel the otherness coming off of us. Our trio, a witch, a Nephilim, and a shifter, probably feels very odd. Oh, it's not because we weren't talking? It's both, Shay said. Can you sense the book? I think so, I murmured as we turned onto a quieter street. My eyes narrowed as I took in our new surroundings. Large buildings lined both sides. Though a touch cold, they also felt expensive. Important. Where am I? 2 landed societies have their tombs on this street. Harper grinned, unable to hold back her excitement. I bet Luca called in a favor. You're probably on track. Though I had no idea how I could tell, I was sure she was correct. My gut was telling me to veer right, toward a large, unassuming building with immaculate landscaping. The moment I stood before it, I exhaled. Here. Skull and bones, Shay whispered. Try it. If you're wrong, they won't let us in anyway. I nodded and led the way to the door, which wasn't visible from the street for whatever reason. Raising my fist, I let it fall to the wood in a knock, and the hollow sound rang out, echoing through what must be miles of hallways. Before I'd returned my hand to my side, the door opened a couple of inches. Your purpose? A voice asked, though the person, male, I thought, didn't show his face. I'm here to find a book? Sent by Luca. The door opened the rest of the way, and suddenly I was standing face to face with a man in a stark black robe and plague mask, his face visible only from the upper lip down. Your hand. Why? I asked, my fists clenching instinctually. A blood sacrifice is required to enter. Do you wish to walk among the bondsmen? Blood sacrifice? I gulped. For a moment, I considered turning away, but the idea was gone before it even fully materialized. I couldn't. I needed to know about the magic inside me. Know what I was. What I could do if trained up a bit and given a chance. I needed to right the wrongs of unleashing evil on the world. So, trembling, I extended my hand. Grinning, from the folds of his cloak, the man whipped out a blade. Chapter 8. Tobias.
20 minutes earlier. Gunner's phone rang, the sound a howl, which was quite appropriate for the shifter. Before it could do so again, the wolf snapped it up off the scratched table and checked the screen. His overly large mouth spread in a grin, and he ran his hand through his shoulder-length hair. "We're up, my man." He placed his piss-water beer on the bar top and threw down a couple of bills, sending another grin to the young bartender with a ludicrous mustache. "Thanks, Dean. See you later." Cheers. I mirrored the wolf's motions, paying for my scotch, only half gone because it was barely tolerable. I preferred a nice, rich claret, but the pub had a piss-poor wine selection, so I'd settled. The smoky aroma of peat would remain lodged in my nose all evening. Together, Gunner and I left the bar and turned toward the campus. Those who'd hidden the grimoire would have also notified Meredith that the hunt was afoot, so I sniffed the air, trying to locate the young woman with two-toned eyes. Nostrils flaring, I caught many scents, most of them familiar and comforting. Coffee, cheap ramen noodles, fresh from the microwave. Steak served at the nearby steakhouse, which professors and alumni frequented and most students could not afford. Gasoline spilled somewhere on the road. A too strong perfume. Soon, autumn would descend. I could smell that, too. But try as I might, I couldn't smell the witch. Wherever Shay and Harper had requested to meet her must not be in the vicinity. "You take right and I'll hang a left?" Gunnar asked, his southern drawl thick as the mud on his boots. Seemingly fetching, too, as the girls passing by stared at him. One even batted her eyelashes, which caught the wolf's eye. May the best creature win. I lowered my voice. The wolf grinned at the ladies, but managed to tear his gaze away, back to the task at hand. "Looking forward to seeing what this gal can do. Catch you later, Toby." My lips tightened, but before I could remind him that I despised that nickname, he was already running off, lost to the hunt. I huffed and strode to the side of the street. There I closed my eyes to better listen and smell. My senses were the key to finding the grimoire. It could be anywhere within 6 blocks of Yale's expansive grounds in New Haven, even my own home, though I doubted Hans and Luca would sneak in to hide the book. They had to have guessed I would lay traps for anyone stupid enough to breach my modern security system. Even magic could not discern all the snares I'd laid, which was how I wanted it. A vampire with my lineage and past could never be too careful. Still, I could guess at some of their tactics. Hans and Luca would do their best to cover their scents, so Gunnar and I were on the same level as Meredith. But they couldn't completely erase their presence. Any hair freed from their scalps, any item they had touched, they would leave behind faint traces. Not all vampires could detect those traces, but I knew the men well, and my senses were sharp, so I could. I simply needed a starting location, which I hoped the loquacious students of Yale would provide. As I listened to the sounds of human chatter, punctuated by the occasional creature passing by, I tried to keep the competition out of my mind. However, where one of my competitors was concerned, the feat turned out to be impossible. Even if Meredith wasn't a seeker, but a less gifted hedge witch, she could use magic to find things, just not nearly as easily. And some things would always remain hidden from witches who did not carry a seeker's gift. The question was, how would these differences manifest? And how strongly, if she was not a seeker, or someone worth bringing into this dangerous world of secret societies and lost artifacts? Harper and Shay were tasked with watching Meredith as she worked. From their observations, we know if the girl's discovery of the Pearl of Hell was a fluke or an innate talent that, with proper training, might be honed into something incredibly valuable for the Coven. We all had to bring something to the table. Down the street, a dog barked, reminding me of my other opponent, a man I already knew was worthy of being an SNS. Gunnar, like me, came from a distinguished bloodline, which he'd used to his advantage. He would shift somewhere and call on other wolves. His strong alpha blood, his connection to the Wolvia, the original wolf shifters in the immortal realm, and more specifically in Gunnar's case, the royals of Asila, meant others would have to respond. They'd seek him out. And if a wolf had noticed the Coven Master and the wizard, which they would if they were anywhere in the area because the duo was powerful, I would be screwed. The wolves would divulge their paths to Gunnar, and he'd be on his merry way. Gunnar beating me would be irritating, but Meredith finding the grimoire before me would be downright unacceptable. So, set your head to rights, Tobias. I scolded myself, and bore down my focus. With my thoughts no longer scattered, it didn't take long to hear my first hints.
I still can't get him out of my head. He looked like a Ken doll, a sexy tatted one. How have I never seen him here before? I like the Italian one better. I wonder what they were doing on campus. You don't think they're professors, do you? If so, sign me up for that class. Cheers, sis.
The women devolved into giggles, but I turned away. I had what I needed. Hans, with his blonde hair, chiseled jaw and strong build, certainly fit the description of a Ken doll, although once you spoke to him the squeaky clean image deteriorated somewhat. He had a dark streak that a doll could never manage, one born in his blood and bones. Good looks often deceived, seduced people's trust. Vampires knew that better than most. But no one could hide their true self forever. Luca had to be the Italian one in that conversation. Together they'd caught the wondering eyes of coeds, as I'd hoped. I made my way to where the young women were hanging out in front of a bar, sipping drinks about half a block away. With their cloying perfume scents in my nose, it was easy to follow where the girls had walked before. Finally, 2 streets away, I caught another scent I recognized. Car oil and sage. Hans loved tinkering with cars, and he also cleansed himself often with the herb. The wizard had been in the area. I searched for another sign of the duo, and found a second clue at the stoplight. Hans had pressed a button to cross the street. I traversed the same road and continued to scour the campus and listen, catching additional clues here and there. Some markings from my coven mates proved older and worn away. Others were fresh, like the many times Hans had touched a lamppost or fingered a flower as he passed. Bloke needs to keep his hands to himself. But part of me was grateful. Those markers led me to a notable landed society sandstone tomb. Skull and bones, or, as some of their new brothers like to call it, the Brotherhood of Death, was likely who my coven master had sought out to hide the grimoire. I scanned the street, searching for Gunnar and Meredith. They were nowhere in sight. Either I was off my game, or they were. My lips curled up. As the top hunter in Shadows and Secrets, I liked my chances. I prowled forward to search around the tomb, staying to the opposite side of High Street. With each step, sharp pangs of determination burned through me. I had to show this stone woman I was the best, that I could not be challenged by her or anyone else. Luca might believe she was the key to finding the Pearl of Hell, but I still held significant reservations, her thieving past being one, the strange effect she had on me being another. Which was more concerning, I wasn't sure. Focusing again on the task at hand, I listened, but found nothing of note across the street. So finally, sure of my findings, I crossed the road and walked straight up to the tomb's door. My footsteps echoed in the recess that partially hid the door from the street. I listened for students or townies nearing, and when I was sure no one would walk in front of the threshold, I bent at the waist and sniffed the metal door handles. Air tore down my throat, and a scent forced my spine to stiffen until I stood ramrod straight. A coppery tang filled my nostrils, making my mouth water insatiably. Someone had been bleeding here. Recently, too. Someone with the most delectable-smelling blood. A moan crept up my throat, but I stopped its vocalization seconds before a group of students walked by, peering curiously into the recess, perhaps hoping to catch a peek of a bonesman entering their hall. One young man's eyes lit up, a young one excited to get a glimpse of a bonesman, or so he thought. His pulse quickened, sending the veins in his throat throbbing. The blood rushing through him called me, sang to me. I whirled away and resolutely stared at the door, seconds from losing all restraint. The students passed as a fresh wave of need, something akin to desire, but also a fresh need to control, came over me. My throat burned as though someone had poured lava down it, and I trembled from head to toe as my fangs threatened to emerge. Control. My fingers dug into the wall, as if trying to wring liquid from stone. Keep it together, Tobias. Sucking in a breath, I pressed myself into the corner of the building, allowing the sandstone to support me as I composed myself. As I hid from the outside world, more people passed, the area too heavily trafficked. Though I didn't dare turn, I could feel their curious gazes burning a hole in my back. I couldn't blame them. The tomb was an attraction, a mystery to most. And though they didn't know it, the person huddled in the doorway's recesses was an even more uncommon sight. It was doubtful that any of them had ever seen a vampire on the verge of bloodlust.
Chapter 9. Meredith. You've got to be kidding me! I half whined, half accused to the man who stood before me. I suck at riddles. Wasn't the blood enough? The masked skull and bones member waiting inside the door had already made me give a blood offering to enter their hallowed halls. All he'd done was slice open my finger, but he'd made it seem like a much bigger deal. A bit dramatic, if you ask me. Though Harper explained the exchange was for the sake of symbolism, as well as to show trust. In the rare situation when an enemy, basically anyone not a part of their society, entered their halls, they'd be weaker. The prick on my finger was still oozing, and not wanting to get blood on my clothes, I brought it to my lips and sucked. The metallic tang of blood filled my mouth, somehow sharpening the moment, making it more real. The man who stood before me now wore a robe and mask, like the one who met me at the door. His face remained largely hidden, but his mouth was on display. "No one ventures deeper into the bonesman's tomb unless they prove themselves cunning." My gaze swept down the long hall that had brought us from the door to this tea in the corridors, trying to get a sense of this place and what kind of people joined the society. The bonesmen I'd seen so far wore plague masks. Images, gothic and dark in nature, lined the hallway, decorated in dark colors and lit only by the buttery glow of candles. I was getting the sense that death reigned here. It gave me the willies, but it also intrigued me a little. Was this a challenge, as well as an honor? They did not show many outsiders the tomb of Skull and Bones. "Tobias will be good at this," Harper murmured behind me. The girls had been pretty quiet as I'd followed my instinct, my magic, through the streets of New Haven. Actually, the coffee shop had not been far from the windowless stone society hall I'd stopped in front of. Not far at all. I was sure that wasn't on purpose, because both girls seemed as surprised as me when the man at the door asked for our blood and let us in. The proximity was, however, a nice perk. "He will be," Shay agreed. "He's brainy and old, so he's had time to accumulate lots of random knowledge." No way in hell was the vampire beating me. I had to hurry. Let's do the damn thing. I cracked my knuckles, like a boxer heading into a fight. "Very well, then. Here's your riddle. You only have one chance to answer." The man could not contain his excitement as he spoke. "There are two sisters. One gives birth to the other, and she, in turn, gives birth to the first. Who are the two sisters?" I blinked. No way did I get so lucky. Did Luca tell this society I'd studied other cultures? Classics, too? Although admittedly, the classics weren't my fave, they were good to know for parties. A great cover for fitting in with people who cared about that sort of thing. But how would he know that? Other than the fact he knew I robbed a tomb, which indicated some knowledge of Egyptian culture, but no one wanted to advertise an initiate to their society as a grave robber. I bet this dude would not suspect a girl wearing a shirt with "cute but psycho" written across it to be very cultured. I so wanted to prove this mainstream asshole wrong. "Can you repeat that?" I asked, wanting to make sure it wasn't too good to be true. Riddles were such tricky assholes. He did so, his smile growing. This bonesman probably got off on the idea that he had me cornered. I mulled the riddle over, and couldn't discern a trick. It was one of the lesser-known Sphinx's riddles from Oedipus Rex. Day and night are the sisters. The robed man's face fell. "Correct." "Yes!" Shay howled, and then slapped her hands over her mouth. "Shit! I hope Tobias or Gunnar didn't hear that." "Well, what are you waiting for?" Harper directed her question to the robed figure. "Let us through." Anxiety laced her voice. I twisted to see her nose twitching. Did she smell one of my competitors? My insides turned cold. I wasn't even sure I wanted to be a fully fledged member of S&S, but I did want to beat Tobias and wipe that aggravating smirk off his face. The man stepped aside.
At the end of the corridor, take the final door on the right. There you will find one more trial. It has been set up by the Grand Master of Shadows and Secrets himself.
They didn't call Luca a Coven master. Was that because they didn't know S&S was a coven? Or did they want to keep Shadows and Secrets in line with their own traditions? Too close, Mare, Shay whispered as we walked down the hall. I was about to tell her not to call me Mare. Only people I loved, all of whom were long gone, called me that. But she looked too elated for me to chastise her. She was here for me, excited for me. I hadn't had a cheerleader in a long-ass time, so Mare would work for now. Let's hope she can finish strong, Harper said, her tone more scrutinizing than Shay's. We reached the end of the hall and turned right. All the air whooshed out of me as a library complete with thousands of books, antlers over a hearth, and a huge globe in the center spread out before us. Of course, I muttered, half in awe, half annoyed. Why wouldn't they hide a book in a room full of other books? The bonesmen dabble in the mystical, so some of these books might be magical. You'll have to use your gift to narrow it down. I turned. How would Gunnar and Tobias find it faster? Harper tapped the tip of her nose. Some of these might be so modern, they'll be able to sniff out the old one. My gaze raked over the room. Use your power, Shay prompted. To get here, I'd followed my intuition down the streets. There was always a faint pull, drawing me forward. I could only hope it would be the same here, so I closed my eyes, allowing my intuition to guide me. One step forward, then two. I imagined the grimoire in my head as I walked, beginning to call to me. Silence rang in my ears, almost deafening. But one tone was higher, clearer. It resonated through me, familiar but also strange. It reminded me of the mists chasing me. Magic. It pulled at me, and I turned right, eyes still closed. Behind me, I could sense Shay and Harper standing still. I would bet my favorite shirt that Shay was holding her breath, and Harper's eyes were narrowed. I followed the pull until I could no longer move forward, and only then did I open my eyes. A wall of books stared me down, climbing from floor to ceiling. My eyebrows knitted together. Usually when I hunted relics to sell on the black market, something would jump out at me, but right now I seemed to be looking at a regular library. Steps alerted me to the others' presence. They all look like new, I murmured. Is there such a thing as a spell that hides stuff? Like makes it look different? For sure! Shay's voice bubbled with excitement. They have glamours. They can apply them to people and things other than themselves. Other supernaturals can cloak objects or disguise them. Luca and Hans can. So, what I'm seeing might not be real. I chewed on the inside of my cheek. Nothing on the wall called to me, but I still felt the pull coming from the shelf. Or maybe from beyond the wall. Following a hunch, I cast my gaze to each side of the bookcase. Mostly, it contained books, but one object struck me as odd. 4 paces to my right, an old-fashioned candelabra was mounted on the wall. It certainly fit the decor of the old-world library, but its placement was off. I crossed to it and placed a hand on one of its arms. The moment I touched it, a zing of energy, magic, zipped through me. Bingo! I pressed up, but found very little give. Wrong way. Reversing the direction, I pulled down. The library wall clicked open, revealing a secret passage. Wicked, Shay whispered. I keep telling Luca we need one of these. I'm shocked S&S doesn't have a secret room. We do, but not in the library. Her shoulders rose and fell. It's always cooler inside a library. If you say so. I pushed the door open and found myself in a stone chamber full of robed people wearing plague masks. Hans and Luca stood among them. The Coven master stepped forward. His olive coloring looked wan, which I suspected had to do with fighting the shade. But when he smiled, it lit up his face.
One more test. Which is the real grimoire?
He pointed to a table on which 2 identical books lay. I allowed my intuition, my magic, it would take some time to get used to thinking about it that way, to guide me. But when I approached the table, I knew immediately. I pointed to the one on the right. Luca's eyes locked on me.
Are you sure? The stakes are high on our missions. Members of Shadows and Secrets must always be sure.
I hesitated. And at that moment, the room shifted. A breeze flew by me, and Tobias appeared. He picked up the other book.
She's wrong. This is the correct grimoire.
Chapter 10. Meredith. No one spoke. No one moved. The air vibrated with a heady mix of excitement and tension. My eyes locked on the vampire who had stolen my thunder. I wanted to punch him, but refrained. Not out of the kindness of my heart, but out of a sliver of fear wiggling through me. His chest heaved. He looked crazed, like a wild animal, one set to snap at any moment. I took half a step to the side. Hans tensed to strike. Luca noticed the vampire's state too, because his eyes were wider when he dragged his worried gaze back to me.
Meredith, answer me. Are you sure?
I closed my eyes, and it only took me a moment to verify my intuition was as strong as before. Tobias claimed I was wrong, but I didn't think so. I'd chosen correctly. I was positive. It's that one. I pointed to the book still on the table. Luca studied me for what seemed like a never-ending moment, before his face split into a grin.
You're correct. Sorry, Tobias. A powerful fey glamour tricked you. Meredith won this one.
The vampire didn't speak. Didn't move. Then a muscle feathered in his jaw. His eyebrows knitted together. Are his nostrils flaring? Is he smelling me again? What the— Tobias slammed the imposter book down, making me jump as he spun on his heel and marched towards the door. Hans watched him go, caution in his gaze, and hands at the ready, as if he too still worried that Tobias might attack. Whoa. Shay gaped as the vampire exited the hidden room. Talk about a sore loser. I don't think it's just that. Harper frowned at where Tobias had disappeared. Something's up with him. I guess. The Nephilim hedged. But what? I barely had time to process what had happened before a robed masked man stepped out of the circle. Why were they here? To intimidate me? To make me feel even more on display? If so, they'd partially succeeded. I hated all the eyes on me. When I'd been myself, not playing a role for the ringmaster, I'd rarely mingled in a room with this many people, and when I had, it was at a rock concert. They were a rare indulgence, and one of the few places where I could lose myself and not mind the crowds.
We want to hire her to find property stolen from our tomb,
a bonesman said. Luca held up a hand.
While we'd love to help you, Grand Master, Meredith needs to be inducted into Shadows and Secrets first. She needs to take the vows of secrecy and train before I send her on a single mission.
How long?
I suspect not very. A week or 2 at most. With the right partner, she might be able to go out earlier. She's naturally in tune with her magic, Hans added. Training shouldn't be too hard. Luca's eyes sought mine, if she still wants to go through with it.
My heart skipped a beat. To my surprise, I wanted to join much more than before. Normally I wouldn't tie myself down, but this didn't feel like that. As the person who'd found and unleashed the pearl of hell on the world, not only did I feel a moral obligation, but this was something I was good at. The people seemed decent, and the gig sounded like it would pay well. I couldn't ignore that factor. If the ringmaster came calling, I'd need the money to pay my debts and buy my freedom, even if I wouldn't be alone, like originally planned. Sure, the people in the Coven were odd, but I liked them well enough. Most of them, anyway. Tobias's scowl came to mind. Plus, I liked how Luca had presented them as a family. I hadn't had one of those in many years. I do want to join Shadows and Secrets, I answered finally. Luca beamed, but his happiness quickly succumbed to a fit of coughing. The Grand Master of Skull and Bones observed him. Through his mask, his eyes shone with concern. "I'm fine," Luca rasped when his coughing fit petered out. "It's dry in here." The Coven Master straightened. "Once Meredith is inducted and trained, your job will be her first. Unless you'd rather hire someone else before then. Is it urgent?" "This particular item has been missing for weeks, so it's not urgent. More of an annoyance." The Skull and Bones Grand Master paused. "I think I'd like to hire the other man, too. The girl is talented but new, and she only beat the man by a few seconds." "Ugh, fabulous. I'll have to deal with Tobias on my first gig." "As you wish," Luca agreed. "Hans, will you undo the enchantments we set?" The wizard nodded. "Very good." Luca gave a small incline of his head. "Gentlemen and gentlewomen, I thank you for accommodating us this evening and allowing us access to your tomb. If there's nothing else, Shadows and Secrets will bid you good night." He scooped up the real grimoire and nodded for Shay, Harper, and me to leave. As we did, a tall, broad-chested man with longish hair and a frat boy air about him entered. "Am I too late?" "Afraid so," Luca said with a wry grin. "You're the third to arrive, Gunner. Better get your nose checked." The man snorted. "I blame the beer. Shouldn't have had that second one." He looked at me. "Welcome to the club. We have a hell of a good time." "Thanks." He, unlike Tobias, was a gracious loser. "We're leaving, Gunner," Luca said. "Don't want to overextend our welcome." He exited the tomb of Skull and Bones and stepped out into the cool night air. I looked around. Tobias was nowhere to be seen. "What's next? Do I get inducted tonight?" "I need to prepare a few things first," Luca said. "Tomorrow." "Oh, okay." Strangely, I felt let down. Luca turned to Harper and Shay. "Ladies, will you escort Meredith back to where she's staying?" "Of course," Shay said, her tone animated. We split from the guys, and all the way to Hans's home, Shay chatted on and on about how cool it was that I'd beaten Tobias. "No one has done that, ever," she gushed as we strode up the walk. "Thanks," I replied, exhausted from being in her vivacious presence. Harper closed her eyes briefly. I sensed she might feel the same. Introverts unite. "Well, thanks, ladies. I guess I'll see you tomorrow?" "You will," Harper answered before Shay could. "We wouldn't miss the induction for the—" She paused, her nose wiggling. "Are you still bleeding?" I looked down at my cut. "No, it stopped." An ear-blistering stream of curse words left the wolf's lips. "Open the door." My heart rate spiked at her tone. But I did as she said. "Stay here," Harper instructed, as she eased into the house. Shay was right behind her, leaving me on the doorstep like a lost puppy. "Screw it," I followed. Harper didn't seem surprised when I caught up with them, nor did she say anything. She was too busy searching the room. "What is she looking for?" I whispered to Shay. "Nothing good." Harper bounced from the couch to the fridge and then walked back toward the bedroom. We followed behind her. My shoulders knotted tighter with each step. When we entered the bedroom, I exhaled. Everything was in order. But then we checked out the attached bath. And what reassurance I had left shattered. A sentence was scrawled in blood on the mirror. "You owe me, Meredith." I sucked in a breath. That could only be from one person. But how had he gotten past the protections Hans had around his home? Harper whirled around. "Who do you owe, and what do you owe them?" "The ringmaster. He was my boss. I owe him money, which is why I work for him. He supported me for years, protected me, and later used me for his own means. If I don't pay in full, he'll kill me." "Shit. Shay, call Luca. Tell him she can't stay here." "Right. Where instead, though?" Harper paused. "Our place." She turned her gaze on me. "It's earlier than we expected, but it looks like we're your new roommates." "Has that always been the plan?" I asked. It has, Harper replied, fishing in her bag as she turned away from me. We'll tell you more later. I wanted to ask why their place would be more secure than this one, but Shay was already on the line with Luca, and Harper was taking samples of the blood. She keeps vials in her purse? Talk about weird. The other two were a whirl of activity, pacing, analyzing. I didn't want to screw anything up, particularly since this threat was aimed at me, so I waited somewhat patiently for them to do their thing. When Harper finished gathering blood, she turned to face me. Her brows squished together. What are you just standing there for? Get your belongings. Oh, right. I was leaving this house for good. As I gathered my stuff, I marveled at how Hans's house had actually started to feel like home. Surely, if the wizard had been here with me the whole time, it would not have been the case, but he hadn't been. My teeth dug into the side of my cheek. I never had female roommates. Actually, I'd only shared a room with another female relic hunter once. We hadn't gotten along, and the ringmaster had never put us together again. Still, the worry of rooming with Harper and Shay vanished from my mind. How could I worry about something so trivial when someone had threatened me in blood? The vampire's pissed-off expression from earlier flickered in my mind. Was it Tobias? No. That would be totally insane. Tobias had been acting off earlier, but something told me he wasn't crazy. My first inclination had to be right. The ringmaster had done this. After my parents died, I'd found myself in a horrible situation, and he'd been the one to support me, though not just out of the goodness of his heart. He expected a lot in return. Had my boss done so because he'd known what I was? Or had he been honest when he told me he just saw something in me? Something, as it turned, he could use, and did, often. Did he see the magic? It was impossible to know with him. He wasn't the most trustworthy guy. And writing a note in blood was both disgusting and creepy. It was more in line with the supernatural world than the one I'd grown up in, violent and cutthroat as that had been. "Ready?" Harper prompted. "Wow, you don't have much, do you?" "Thank the old ones your new room is furnished." "So I was always supposed to room with you eventually, rather than stay here? Why?" Shay approached. "We have the space, and Hans doesn't want a girl in his home permanently, but we needed to be sure you were good enough to join the Coven, and that you wanted to, of course." "Right." I threw the last few items of clothes into my duffel and closed it, in a hurry. If I left something, it wasn't a big deal. I owed little of value. "Ready." Shay had already called a rideshare, and as the car pulled up, I glanced up at the runes, flashing neon blue and pink. I took a cleansing breath and followed my new roommates out of Hans's home. We stayed silent during the drive, and it wasn't long before the car pulled up in front of an old-fashioned Victorian-style house. It was gorgeous, with a tower at 2 corners. "You live here?" I asked as we got out of the car. "Yup, it's my mother's," Shay said. "She let me buy it when she moved." I blinked. Shay had bought this place? But she had to be around my age, and this house looks super nice. "Trust fund," she explained. "And she calls me a snob." Harper strolled past us. "Not like you're from the streets," Shay reported. "Not like me." I kept that bit to myself. The girls teased each other a bit more, but their chatter ceased when Harper opened the door and showed me inside. "Welcome to Shay Hooray! Harper Shay!" Shay flourished with her hands. "We'll have to figure out how to put a bit of your name in there, too. Might take me a few days to come up with something catchy, though." I can't believe this place. This was some real rich people shit. Everything on the first level was picture perfect, like straight out of a Pottery Barn catalog, but with the charm one could expect from an old home. Cute built-ins, ornate staircase, and even a stained glass window above a fireplace. And something I couldn't put my finger on. An off aura. "Why does it feel weird in here?" "Angel magic," Shay replied, "and mage. Mom made a deal with Luca to have him ward the house, to supplement my magic. She can't stop me from being an SNS, so she wants to make me as safe as possible. The combo of angel and mage magic is harder to break than pretty much anything else. Most people don't know enough about either to do so." Oh. I had so much to learn. "Your room is up here." Shay bounded up the stairs. I followed, but Harper hung back. I'll make tea, the wolf said. Biatch, you better pop the champagne, Shay called. She was just threatened. And she passed a wicked hard test. Make tea and pop the bottle. Whatever. Fine, Harper huffed and continued into what I assumed was the kitchen. We crested the stairs, and Shay led me down a hallway. As we walked, I scoped out the photos, all of them depicting a dark-haired girl with overly large blue eyes and a mischievous grin. Shay. A woman with long blonde hair often paired the girl, an amused smile on her face at Shay's antics. Here you are! My new roommate pushed open the door at the end of the hall. I hope you like it. I entered the room, and all of my breath left me in one go. They'd given me a tower room, and though it was minimal in furnishings and decor, it was beautiful. A homemade quilt covered the queen bed, and the gray-blue of the walls made the space feel homey in a way that none of the hotel rooms I often stayed in had ever managed. Off to the side, I spied a bathroom. My very own. A luxury. My chest tightened. Get comfy and come down for some chaps, Bee. Shay patted me on the shoulder. It's time for us to get to know each other better. Be right there, I said, surprised to find I looked forward to it. Could I find some normality here? Maybe. And that was a big-ass maybe. But best not to get my hopes up. Chapter 11. Meredith. I stared down at the image ringing the doorknob, the snake in a perfect circle, eating its own tail, and willed the door to open faster. The Ouroboros symbolizes wholeness or infinity. Harper watched me carefully, just as she had the entire walk to the tomb. Cool, I said, not really caring at all. This sort of distraction would usually work on me, but not today. After the threat last night, I was jumpy. But so far, everything this morning had been normal. The alleyway leading to the entrance of S&S's hall was quiet and still. And yet, my heart thundered so hard in my chest, I wondered if the others could hear the sound. Were they freaking out too? They weren't showing their cards. I inhaled, trying to calm myself. Stop freaking. Think of something else. I averted my attention to the Nephilim, still winding her hand around the doorknob in an intricate pattern. Gold magic trickled from her, and Shay closed her eyes, as if concentrating. I don't understand, I said, annoyed that the door had not opened already. Han simply touched the knob, and it glowed and let us inside. Security has increased since the Shade attacked you, chickadee, Shay replied, her gaze trained on the Ouroboros. Good thing, too. Hans's home is well warded, and someone still broke in. We need to be more alert. It'll stay this way until you can fight back, Harper added, making my heart sink lower. Or until we're sure of who's out to get you, and we can catch them. Whichever comes first. I already know the ringmaster was the one to break into the house last night, and I'm not surprised, I admitted, feeling guilty for causing so much trouble. In addition to being worried about the threats on my life, I didn't like when others made a fuss over me, and this was a huge deal. He has eyes everywhere. Does he control shades? Shay asked. My stomach dropped. If he did, that made him even more powerful than I'd ever known. I'm not sure. You can bet the Coven will find out, Harper said. But I'd say it's not out of the question. If the ringmaster broke past Hans's runes, he has supernatural ties. She arched an eyebrow. You never suspected? No. My fingers danced against the side of my leg as an image of ice-blue eyes behind a cold black mask sent shivers along my body. I rarely saw my boss, and only over video chat. He has a lot of secrets. I'd always wondered if magic was real. Suspected it might be. So many strange things had happened around me, though I usually tried to explain them somewhat rationally. Harper shrugged, as if me being so oblivious was nothing. Well, right now you should only worry about initiation and getting trained up. Other members are looking into the ringmaster, who he is and how to deal with him. The Shade, too. The question of paying off the ringmaster climbed up my throat, but I closed my lips, stopping it before it could be born. If they paid him off for me, I would owe someone else money. It wasn't a true solution, just a transfer of my debts to someone kinder than the ringmaster. It embarrassed me to owe so much. A click sounded, and the door opened. "Freaking finally! Let's roll, babes," Shay exclaimed. I followed her inside, the wolf bringing up the rear. With each step, my eyes grew wider, more enamored. Although I'd been here, the building still stunned me with its occult, old-world beauty. Yet it wasn't enough to cut through the nerves jangling through me. The further we walked into the hall, the more my hands trembled. I wasn't sure what would happen during the induction. I expected there would be a vow and magic. Besides that, Luca might be planning to send me to Timbuktu. I had no idea. We passed into the atrium where I'd been attacked, and Shay turned to the right to fling open a pair of double doors. Stepping inside, I gaped. 50 people filled the room, most of whom I'd never seen. Luca stood in the center. A bowl crafted of black stone rested on a dais, glowing slightly. "Who are these people?" I murmured. "Curious witnesses from the Coven." Harper arched her eyebrows. "Are there more? Isn't S&S small?" "We only have about 20 more active members who aren't present, those who aren't retired or raising families." Harper lifted a shoulder and let it fall. As she did so, loose red curls slithered over her shoulder. That number didn't seem small to me, but then again, I usually only worked with one partner. Aside from Dens, I didn't even know many of the people the ringmaster employed. I'd never wanted to, until now, when one might be hunting me. "People are excited about having a seeker in the society." Shay beamed at me. My natural talent for finding things was handy. To shadows and secrets, it was the key to changing the world. To me, learning how to use my power better was the way I'd right my wrongs. If I didn't, a freaking apocalypse might happen. A lot rested on my shoulders. It made me uncomfortable to be here, to be a part of something so big, and even to be getting to know people. And of course, I hated that someone was after me. But I had to stay here and figure out how to use my magic. To use it for good. Turning away after I'd released the Pearl of Hell was impossible. Luca ambled up to us. Dark circles ringed his eyes, which were filled with concern. He looked paler than normal. Paler and more worried about me. "Are you okay?" How many people besides Luca, Shay, Harper, and Hans knew about the break-in? My eyes darted around the room, only to land on Tobias. His gaze latched on me too, almost predatory. I shivered. That was one competitive mofo. Determined to put the vampire out of my mind, I turned back to the Coven Master. "I'm fine. And Shay tells me her house is well protected, so everything's good now." "We can put this off for a day or two." Luca's voice was soft, reassuring. "Give you time to settle in. You've been through a lot." I'd rarely met a person as genuine as the man standing before me now. It was strange to think people like him even existed. "No, I'm fine. Let's do this and get to training." The sooner I could take care of myself, the better. He nodded and gestured for me to follow. We approached the dais, and when he reached it, my eyebrows drew together as I studied the bowl. It was about the size of a large popcorn bowl, but made of black marble stone. The liquid seemed clear, but because the stone was dark, it was hard to tell. Is it water? I knew that was unlikely. None of this was run-of-the-mill. "A potion. It will inform us if you harbor any duplicity in your decision to join. It's traditional for all Coven initiates, not exclusive to you." I swallowed. What would happen if I were to be duplicitous? "When someone who is lying drinks the potion, it causes them immense pain. Their cries tell us they are not here for the right reason, and we don't induct them into our society." The way he regarded the liquid told me I did not want to feel its full effect. That was no matter. I wasn't trying to con them. In fact, I hoped that by joining the Coven, my conning days would be over. "I'm ready." Luca gave me a long look, as if those brown eyes could see to the pits of my soul. He picked up a small cup, no larger than a thimble, and dipped it in the liquid. "As Coven Master of Shadows and Secrets, I invite Meredith Stone into our fold. She will act in good faith, on behalf of all that is right and true. She will do everything in her power to bring dark artifacts to light, and keep them contained. She will, when required,
take on positions to fund the Coven. He paused. And she will keep our secrets and those of our clients. Understood, Meredith Stone?
I agree and understand.
I give you this elixir before everyone in the Coven to ensure you are true to your word. Drink. Once you come out the other side, we will complete the binding oath.
I took the tiny cup and shot the liquid down. It barely grazed my tongue, but a hint of mint tickled the back of my throat. All around, Coven members tensed and the air stilled. How many people had failed this test? I stood still, not sure how long the elixir would take to work its way through me, or what to expect. My heart rate kicked up. But so far, nothing crazy was happening. I swallowed thickly. Surely something should be happening, right? My chest tightened. 10 long seconds later, Luca beamed.
She is true. Take my hand, Meredith.
I exhaled the breath I'd been holding as my palm landed on his. The moment our skin touched, electricity shot up my arm. I jerked, and Luca's eyes grew wide, concerned.
Meredith, your magic is not right. It's blocked.
Blocked? I don't understand. You said I used it.
You do, but I don't think you use the full scope of what you possess. Someone has bound you and allowed only a trickle of your abilities to be released, perhaps to protect you from the adverse effects of bottling it up. You're more powerful than we realized.
A lump rose in my throat. I didn't know who'd bound me, but I had a guess. The people who used to know me best. I could barely remember my parents, even though I should be able to. They died when I was 13, and yet they lingered in the back of my mind, faceless. When I thought about them, I saw a flash of red, a glimmer of green. Sometimes I heard a feminine laugh or a man singing softly. Other than that, I couldn't touch my past. Couldn't get mad at a perceived childhood injustice, or reminisce happily. I'd always thought it was because of the car accident that took my memories from me. Experts had claimed the wreck traumatized me, and I might never remember the events of my early life. But now, I discovered a whole new world. I realized there might be a more complex explanation. What if, before they died, they'd wanted to hide all traces of themselves, or of me? Had my parents been well known in the supernatural world, and that was why the ringmaster had approached me? Was that how he'd found me on the streets, huddling in the cardboard box I'd made my home? I'd never quite understood how he'd shown up right when I needed him. My stomach hardened. I wished the days of my homelessness could stay buried as firmly as the memories of my parents.
I can unlock your power before you take the oath. I would feel wrong not doing so,
Luca whispered, startling me back to the present moment.
Would you like that?
I hesitated, but only for a second. Will it improve my training? I asked, trying to be deliberate, though my heart immediately screamed, yes.
It will. It also might hurt.
And will I remember the past? Shock flitted across his face. Apparently, he hadn't realized so much was a mystery to me.
I'm unsure on that front. If you want to, then I hope you can.
I pulled a stealing breath into my lungs. Do it. I wasn't sure how I'd found my way to the Coven of Shadows and Secrets, but now that I was here, and things were unraveling, I wanted to understand what had led me here. I had a million questions like, who was I? What was I meant to become? Were these secrets tied up inside me too? Luca placed both hands on my forearms. Close your eyes. For reasons I couldn't fathom, my gaze flickered to Tobias, standing amongst the crowd. He was leaning forward, as if watching a riveting show, though his eyebrows were pulled together menacingly. Weirdo, I thought, right before my eyelids fell. Darkness overtook me for a second. Then something electrifying trickled through me. Magic. Luca tried to be gentle. His power seeped in through my skin, warming me before the stabbing pain started. I gasped.
Are you okay?
He whispered. Fine. Surprised. I drew myself up, not wanting him to stop. Even someone like me, someone not used to magic, could tell he was dealing with me tenderly. But he hadn't been joking when he said that unlocking my magic would hurt. The more he pushed his power into me, the more pain I experienced. After barely a minute, I couldn't hide the agony any longer. My teeth ground together. My legs shook, and sweat dripped down my brow. Luca asked again if I wanted him to pause. Again, I said no. Deep inside, something was building, threatening to blow me up from the inside out. I held fast, but as the pain grew, a whimper escaped my lips. "Hold on," Luca reassured me. "Almost there. I didn't hear the rest of what he said, because the pain exploded through me like a firework. Fire spiraled through me, piercing the scars running the length of my back, threatening to flay them open. The edges of my vision began to blur, to bruise gray, and suddenly, all my breath ripped out of me. "No!" I gasped as images, memories, horrible and dear, flooded my mind. A brunette woman. A soft hand caressing my cheek. The car losing control, and the fear in Dad's blue eyes as they locked on me in the rearview mirror. They vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving nothing. A blank canvas, like the one I'd known all my life. Frantic, I whirled, ready to chase my recollections. Maybe if I ran fast enough, I'd catch them by the tail and pull them back to me. I made it exactly 2 steps before my knees buckled and I collapsed to the ground. Chapter 12. Tobias. My spine grew ramrod straight as Meredith fell. Heat built in my veins, the impulse to shoot forward, mounting ever higher. Luca was at her side in an instant, fingers reaching for her pulse. He was calm and deft, and normally, if someone was in peril, that would be a welcome sight. But not now. His touch on her skin forced a territorial rumble up my throat, but some small, conscious part of me stopped it before I could make a sound. But then, my nostrils flared, and the fresh floral scent of her filled my nose, and the growl worked its way out anyway. At my side, Gunnar twisted my way. I could see his expression. That would mean breaking my stare from Meredith, but a powerful, meaty hand wrapped around my wrist. I tensed. "Dude, what's up?" "He's touching her." Gunnar arched his brow. "Yeah? You need to chill, my man. Luca's helping her." Rationally, I understood those words to be true. So why did I feel like this? Why did my body insist Meredith was in danger and I needed to be the one to save her? "What's going on?" Gunnar asked in his slow southern drawl. If he wasn't a wolf and hard as nails, he would already be running away from me. Few supernaturals were brave enough to take on a vampire or try to control them, but wolves were among those who could challenge my kind, particularly the strongest alpha bloods, those most closely descended from the royal Wolvia lines, like Gunnar. "Did the little witch get to you, Toby?" The wolf's tone softened, and he swaggered closer. A playful grin lined his face, though his hand still firmly encircled my wrist. He recognized that I was teetering on the edge of reason. "Did she work her way into that cold, undead heart?" He shook his head mockingly. "Say it isn't so." The bloody arse was teasing me. He courted his doom. My fists tightened, my nails drawing blood from my palms. I tried to tell myself he was a friend, a colleague. Tried to be calm and collected. It didn't work. A snarl burst from my lips, and in response the air pulsed with heat. Gunnar was about to shift, about to try to take me down. Not until I check on her. I ripped my arm from his grip and darted through the crowd to Meredith's side. The instant I was close enough, I dropped to my knees and brought my ear closer to her body. Luca didn't look up. His hand remained on her pulse, his attention on her face. That should have been reassuring, but it was not. Her eyes, one blue, one green, remained closed. Her breath trilled in and out of her slowly in a whisper, too faint. Listening harder, I realized her heartbeat weakly too. I scented the air. There was something different about her. What had Luca done? Behind me, people whispered about me, about the young woman, but I wasn't paying attention to hear what they said. I couldn't. My focus was entirely on her. Every time I looked at Meredith, I was overcome with either intense anger that she'd beaten me or an undeniable need to shield her. None of it made any sense. I hadn't felt like this in Egypt. But with every passing encounter, my emotions toward the witch grew. What did you do to her? I tried to level my tone, but it came out as a growl. For the first time, Luca's gaze met mine. His eyes widened, recognizing the sign of a vampire on the brink. Tobias, listen to me. Get back. Tell me what you did. Someone bound her magic, but she had no idea. I unleashed it. Of course she didn't. She didn't even know what she was. Footsteps shuffled as everyone at my back scooted away like I was touched in the head. Was I? Tobias, I said leave. Unlike the others, Luca wouldn't back down. His warm brown eyes, a shade reminiscent of the espresso he favored, snapped up before returning to me. Gunner, you ready? Ready for anything. The voice was closer than the wolf had been a moment ago. He'd snuck up on me, planned to restrain me. Bloody hell. Irritation raged through me. Together, the wolf and the mage would be strong enough to stop me if I grabbed Meredith and ran out of here. I blinked. Grab her and run? Why would I want to do that? The question had barely materialized when the girl groaned. Her eyelids fluttered open, and the next second, mismatched eyes latched on to me. The scent of jasmine became overwhelming. She frowned, and though a part of me took offense, another part rejoiced. She was okay. I shook myself. Why did I care so much? This woman was an annoyance, a thief. She meant nothing to me. You said that would hurt, Luca, not that it would knock me into next week. Her tone rang accusatory, if weak. I apologize, the Coven Master said. I didn't realize. Are you okay? Don't get up yet. Meredith didn't reply right away. She looked down at her body, as if trying to find something new there. Finally, she nodded. I am tingly, and kind of weak, but yeah. Your magic, I expect. It was locked up tight. Having it flow freely through you will throw you off balance. Do you know who might have done that to you? For a moment, she looked like she would answer, but then she shrugged. If she had information, I suspected she had a hunch at the very least. She wasn't ready to share yet. Meredith was a better fit for the Coven than I'd thought. She could keep a secret. And kick my ass in a hunt. Annoyance rose in me once more, forcing me to my feet. Meredith's gaze flickered to me, those strange magnetic eyes roving over my face, making me feel as if I were laid bare. Suddenly, her attention jumped back to Luca. So, I'm part of the Coven now? I still need to perform the binding oath, but close enough. Once you can stand, we'll do that, and you can begin training right away. That is, if you feel up to it. Can I eat first? I feel so weak. I should do that even before I take the oath. But I would like to start training today. Harper and I can train her? Shay offered, coming around to where I could see her. Judging by the closest sense, the other people who had not inched away from me were Harper and Hans. Shay caught my stare and arched an eyebrow. After all, we're her roomies. It will be good for bonding. Luca shook his head. I'd rather one of her kind, a witch or wizard, start teaching her about her magic, and someone skilled in a different sort of fighting. I'll do the fighting, Shay volunteered again. No, you use magic too. I mean physical fighting. Luca's gaze landed on me. Tobias, you will be her sparring partner. Hans, you help her with her magic. The skin on the back of my neck tightened.
But You seemed concerned a moment ago, Tobias. I'm giving you the chance to be of some help. My fists balled up. Though a part of me wanted to be close to the girl, this didn't feel right. Luca may be the Coven master, but I had the right to refuse. However, it was usually inadvisable to deny a mage. I'd done it a time or two, back when I was young, dumb, new blood, and regretted it each time. Slowly, Meredith sat up, and another jumble of emotions rushed through me. I blinked. I couldn't distinguish a single one among the mix. The chaos confused me, and I hated being unsure, almost as much as I despised being out of control. I needed to seek sense. Fine. I finally gritted out, I'll help. Someone come find me when she is ready to work. I'll be in the library. I marched out of the room with the sensation of many eyes on my back and 100 questions bubbling in my mind. I exhaled, trying to calm down, but as I increased the distance between Meredith and me, the opposite happened. My heart rarely beat. I rarely had a reason to draw breath, but currently, both functions were happening. As I stormed down the empty corridors of the headquarters, my body trembled. It was as if my very cells were revolting against me. What is going on? In my centuries of life, I had never experienced something like this. Sure, there had been bouts of lust capable of scattering my thoughts. Bloodlust, too, particularly early on after my change. The latter was far more dangerous, but that hadn't happened for over a century. Until the other night. It all started when Meredith Stone came into my life, which meant she had to be part of the problem. But how? As far as I could tell, she was a witch, a seeker witch, but a witch all the same. I'd never met a witch who brought up this well of emotions inside me. Was she enchanting me? Though the idea was, theoretically, possible, that couldn't be the case. She seemed as put off by me as I was by her. That frustrated me more. I flung open the front door. The late summer air smacked me in the face, steadying me somewhat, but I didn't halt in my escape from headquarters. I kept going, with only one place on my mind. Luca believed Meredith was a seeker. I did too. After all, she'd found the Pearl of Hell when no one had in many millennia, and she'd done it without realizing what the stone was capable of. But was she something more? Something that could unhinge a vampire? Or were seekers just like this? It had been a long time since one had been born, and back then, I hadn't cared to know about that type of witch. Or any witch, really. The last known seeker had died when I was a new vampire, babysat by my maker, preoccupied only with blood. But if Meredith had power over supernaturals, she was more dangerous than any witch I'd ever met. The question continued to burn in my mind as my feet carried me all the way to Yale's Beinecke Library. Soon, I would have to return to Coven headquarters to help Meredith. By then, I wanted to know as much as I could about the strange girl and her kind. I needed to know why she affected me so strongly. The rare books haven, more specifically, the supernatural section, was where I'd start. The enchanted section was as old as the library, though humans wouldn't know it. They couldn't see it. The wizard who created it had done a stellar job at hiding it in plain sight. Now, all supernaturals appreciated it as a repository of knowledge. That special portion of the Beinecke was the only part of the university that might help me. I could only hope it wouldn't fail me again, as it had in my search for information on the lapis caelesti. No, it couldn't. This matter was quickly becoming as pressing as our concerns over the celestial stones. If I couldn't control myself... I shuddered to think what would happen. The last time I'd lost control had proved disastrous and deadly. Articles had even been published in the paper. Londoners didn't leave their homes for days, some weeks. Blood-filled memories flashed in my mind, and I forced them down, unable to deal with them when my mind was in so much turmoil. They were things about my past I'd never be able to change, or forget. Usually, I pushed away people,
places and things that elicited those savage, dark emotions. And right now, Meredith Stone was conjuring up the most dangerous parts of me. Chapter 13. Meredith. After I ate, which made me feel 1,000,000 times better, I took the oath. The words were fairly straightforward. A promise to be true to the Coven, to use my magic for good, to not abuse any of the dark artifacts they sent me to retrieve. Tobias was not present during my oath, and something about that bugged me. But the annoyance did not last for long. It couldn't, because shortly afterward, my training began. "It's a beginner's conduit," Hans explained, igniting a ball of blue light until it pulsed in his palm and illuminated the sleeve of tattoos climbing up his arm. He was trying to show me how to call my magic into my hands, and I watched everything he did, listened to what he said very carefully. "You try." I nodded and held up my hands, palms up. My eyes narrowed as I called the power Hans had helped me isolate inside my body. It had taken the larger part of an hour for me to get it, but now that I recognized what the thread of direct magic felt like, I couldn't ignore it. The energy responded to me, like warm water flushing through me, pulsing in my veins. I directed it toward my hands, and suddenly, the skin of my palms glowed. "Wow," I breathed. It was nothing compared to the distinct ball of light Hans held, but to me, it was damn cool. "Nice work." His own ball of light vanished. "Try to push it out of your skin. When people are first training, they like to use their fingers and hands to point where they want stuff to happen. It helps with control, but once you've got it, you can grow out of it. Watch this." He murmured a word I didn't understand, but that sounded like Latin. Across the room, a chair lifted, then another and another. "All you need is the skill to control your magic, and a strong intent. As long as you have those, you can do anything you want. Within the bounds of your powers, of course." "What does that mean, the bounds?" "Well, like I'm not a warder, so while I can do basic protections, especially if I use a tool like runes, no one would trust me to ward the Coven Hall. Warders can create shields for specific places and against specific people. It's quite a precise job." "A warder?" I tested the word out. "So what are you?" Hans drew back. His eyes narrowed. "I told you that I'm a wizard." I blinked. Did I strike a nerve? No. He's probably just annoyed he had to say that twice. That means his student isn't listening. Or a dummy. "Right, sorry," I said, not about to be thought stupid. "I meant, is there a word for the type of wizard you are? Are there, I don't know, basic witches and wizards?" A strange look of relief crossed his face, and he smiled at me. "Good question. Sometimes people don't have specialties," Hans replied. "But there are many different types of witches. I'm a caster, though I can still do what we consider fundamental magic. We call that hedge magic. People with only hedge magic dabble in many areas but are not considered particularly strong. They're usually very connected to nature too." "But you said you're also a caster, so you are strong," I said, as if I hadn't already known. "What can you do?" "As long as I know the spell for the action I want, which I have acquired a prodigious lexicon of over the years, I can do many things. The magical words help direct my power." "Could you break a dam?" Why?" "I saw a movie recently where some superhero did it. I'm trying to learn how powerful the spells are."
"Ah." Hans looked relieved. "Probably not. Maybe if I had a dozen other casters to help, but I'm not going to try it, so don't get any ideas."
"You're no fun."
"Or not crazy."
I chuckled lightly. "Could knowing spells help me?"
"Maybe. Casters can handle the widest range of spells, but even those with hedge magic can use simple spells."
"What is considered simple?"
"Lighting a candle, ringing a bell, getting rid of the dust in your house."
"That last one sounds pretty damn useful."
He grinned. "It is. How else do you think my place is so clean?"
The door to the room flung open, and Tobias stormed in. Hans crossed his arms over his chest.
"Good of you to show up. We've already been at this for almost an hour." "I didn't need to be here for the basics of witchcraft," Apparently unable to argue with the surly vampire, the wizard turned to me. How do you feel about a change of tempo? Like Tobias says, he's not useful with magic, but you'll need to know more than magic. Luca wants to make sure you can defend yourself and fight. My shoulders rose and fell, but the act of nonchalance resonated within me as forced and fake. The instant Tobias had entered the room, my every nerve had lit on fire. I've studied street fighting. It was necessary to have some skills when I worked for the ringmaster. Great. But like I said, you'll need to learn how to defend yourself too. I've taken self-defense. I scowled. This conversation was beginning to rankle. Did I look like a weakling? I glanced at the vampire, who wore a smug smirk. Then again, maybe it was just his presence irritating me. Not against supernaturals, you haven't? Hans clarified. The Sing method works mostly with humans. It might gain you a second or two of advantage against a vamp, but you really won't be able to fend them off by stomping on their instep. No, I suppose not. Though I hated to compliment him, Tobias was made of stronger stuff than flesh and bone. His chest had felt like steel when I'd fallen into it before. It would take a lot to injure him, even more to break him. Not that I wanted to break him, although right now I would settle for slapping him across his annoyingly handsome face. If you can protect yourself against my kind, Tobias interjected, you'll be able to do the same against necromancers. Necromancers? What could they do to me that others can't? If they manage to kill you, they can sell your magic to the highest bidder. It's the only way, besides genetics, in which magic can be transferred. Hans' face hardened. It's foul, and only the worst necromancer would do such a thing, but it's not unheard of, and your magic is rare. My blood turned to ice. Got it, I said, determined not to get off so someone could steal my magic. What do I need to do? Hans instructed me to stand in the center of the room, which was empty save for the tables and chairs that had been pushed to the side so we had a space to train. I faced off with Tobias. I was wondering what exactly sparring meant when Hans explained. The rules are simple. You're going to fight until one of you is on the ground, immobilized. My heart rate stuttered. Wait, don't I get tips on how to fight a vampire? You wouldn't win anyways, Tobias muttered. Like I didn't win last night? I spat back. What I meant is... Tobias's jaw ground from side to side. You should focus on defense. You wouldn't be able to incapacitate me with your level of magic. There are certain spells that can injure my kind, and make staking them or decapitating them easier. But I doubt you can wield such power yet. His gaze shifted to Hans, who shook his head. Too advanced. We've been working on calling magic, recognizing the sensation of using it and the pulse of it within. He made my accomplishments sound so small, and that kind of hurt, because I'd been proud to pinpoint that flow of power and see the glowing light. But I didn't want to show weakness, so I drew myself up and put on a mask of confidence. As I thought, Tobias said dismissively. Anyway, only a wooden stake, decapitation, or fire would kill me. But you're not a fire witch, and I see no weapons, so... Yeah, I'm going to be on the ground a lot. I cut him off, not wanting to hear any more on how great vampires were. Hans's lips twitched. This is only your first lesson. You need to figure out how we magical beings move, how we fight. Later, you can learn how to defeat us. Closing my eyes, I simply breathed for a second. I wasn't used to being the new one, or bad at what I did. Ever since the ringmaster had plucked me off the streets, I had been one of the best thieves in his company. Of course, I knew now that was particularly due to my hidden magic, but still, it sucked to be at the beginning. Fine, I huffed, opening my eyes. Let's get this over with. Hans nodded, his gaze shifting between me and the vampire. Take 10 paces back, I'll count to 3, and then the sparring begins. We did as he said, and the countdown started. As soon as the final number left the wizard's lips, Tobias was in front of me, knocking my feet out from under me. My tailbone hit the floor, and the thin carpet did nothing to pad the pain shooting up my spine.
Okay, what the actual hell am I supposed to do about that?
I threw an accusing glare at Hans. My teacher shrugged. Vampires move very fast. Next time, be ready. Anticipate him. Whatever will hurt you most, he'll do. Get into position again. We did, and the second time, I fell forward instead of backward. The third, I dropped to my knees, my bones hitting the floor with a crack. I winced, but didn't cry out, didn't let on that it hurt. I just hauled myself back up, and we kept going. I earned myself half a dozen bruises before an idea struck. As always, Tobias approached, fast as lightning, but this time I had a plan. I knew how tall he was, where his eyes were, and I had 2 fingers perfect for poking. The blur of his form came closer, and I raised my hand in time for my digits to meet soft flesh. The vampire flew back, a snarl ripping from his throat as he glared at me. Though his expression was scary, and a shiver curled down my spine, I smiled back, not about to let Tobias know he was getting to me. Hans let out a laugh. Very human of you, but I like it. Again. The elation of victory was short-lived as Tobias prowled toward me once more. 5 more times I fell, and 5 more times I hauled myself back up. I didn't try eyeball gouging a second time. The vampire would be ready for it. Instead, I racked my brain, trying to figure out some new, unexpected way to beat him. The bout started, and Tobias zoomed closer. My magic surged, and going with the flow, I pulled it into my hands. A faint blue light pulsed out in front of me, and to my utter shock, the vampire went flying backward, stumbling over his leather loafers before falling on his ass. Pride gushed inside me as the wizard let out a whoop. Awesome work! What did you do? Honestly, I'm not sure. He laughed. Our magic can sometimes give us a boost if it thinks we're in danger. That's how kids protect themselves against threats. That you could pull so much so soon after learning how to call your power is a great sign. Interesting. He hadn't spoken of magic like it could have its own mind before. But then again, I'd used power for years and never known it, so it must be somewhat instinctive. One more time, Hans said. After, we break. Tobias and I separated again. The space between us had grown by many paces since we'd started. This time, when he turned to face me, I stiffened, and then shuddered. This was practice, but he looked like he was carved from marble. His face was so hard. Tobias was taking my small victories super personally. Actually, come to think of it, he took most things regarding me personally. And I took his attitude more personally than normal, too. Why do we grate on each other so much? I shook my head, not even noticing when Hans counted down. Fortunately, at the end of it, Tobias didn't run toward me with the speed of a bullet. No, this time he stalked, like an animal hunting prey, like a dominant wolf about to attack a challenger, like a... His eyes glowed red. His pupils were blown out. Wild. Oh no. This time wasn't like the others. This time, I was in real danger. Chapter 14. Tobias. I prowled ever closer to the witch, my preternatural drive urging me forward. This is a huge mistake. The rational thought, one of the few I'd had since we started this charade, popped into my head, but it fluttered away almost instantly as my instinct seized me again. Hunt. Seek. Dominate? I shook my head. The motion so small Meredith didn't even notice. Or if she did, it didn't show on her face. Instead, her fear spiked the air, injecting it with a bitter apple scent, like poison meant to draw a rat. Fear always smelled that way. Unpleasant, but in a way that made my mouth water. A faint aroma of magic followed, sweetening the bitterness. Honey. Meredith was trying to call her power and failing. Still, the pushback made the dominant monster inside me roar. I had to put an end to this before I went too far. Before she got hurt. Before I couldn't stop myself. A second later, I was at her side, overwhelmed by the strange mixed aroma of jasmine and fresh spring pine that clung to the witch. It drove away the stench of fear,
as well as the sweet smell of magic, leaving only the witch. My heart thunked hard against my breastbone. Meredith reached out, her palms landing on my shoulder, as her small hands tried to push me back. I stood immobile, solid as a statue, hovering and staring. With every shift of her fingers, my muscles seized a little more. Thirst grew inside me, making my throat itch and burn. Behind me, Hans shifted his stance. He had to have picked up on the change of atmosphere, but it was too late. Whatever was happening to me would not be undone, not even by a wizard. I reached out, pulled the girl against me, and grabbed her head. Then, in a threat to end all threats, I tilted her neck and protracted my fangs. "What the hell?" Meredith shrieked. "Tobias!" Hans barked, his accent thicker than normal. "This is training." The common sense washed over me like rain on oil as I brought my fangs to within centimeters of the delicate skin of her neck. The throbbing of her jugular, as her heart pumped harder, filled my ears. The warmth radiating from her enticed me, and my teeth touched soft, supple flesh. "You win," Meredith breathed in surrender. "You win." The desire to subjugate vanished. My fangs slid back into place, shrinking to nothing more than sharp, human-looking cuspids. I loosened my grip, and she yanked her body away. Her eyes, one blue and one green, flashed at me, accusing me of terrorizing her. Meredith edged away, never breaking her glower. A wise move. No one should turn their back on a vampire who just tried to dominate them. Suddenly, shame welled within me. Why had I done that? She was a new witch, a person who barely knew a vampire from a mage. I'd probably scared the living daylights out of her. Though, truth be told, she didn't look scared. She looked fierce. Pissed off. Hans positioned himself between us. His magic wasn't visible, but I could feel the intense heating of the air. This wizard was ready for anything. Ready for me to act out once again. We're done for the day? My tone came out harsher than I intended. Thicker. "No shit!" Meredith snapped. "I agree. You're done," Hans said, training his eyes on me. "Meredith, stay here for a bit. I want to talk to you about a few things you can practice." The wizard turned his back to me in clear dismissal. Fist clenched, I marched out of the room. A short hallway led me into the atrium, and only then did I exhale the breath I'd been holding. None of this made any sense. I had trained with hundreds of new recruits over the years, and none had made me react like her. My gaze trailed around the oblong room, the heart of S&S, sweeping over photos of the witches, wizards, vampires, mages, and shifters who had led the Coven before. A few of whom I'd known. They'd all been tough teachers, but none would have ever acted out against an initiate like I just had. It couldn't happen again. Meredith had taken the oath. She was part of the Coven and protected. A comrade, not an enemy. My attention drifted to the upper levels. Headquarters was quiet for once. I suspected most people had left after the witch's initiation ceremony. Most, but not all. I climbed the staircase leading to the third floor. When I got there, I aimed my body in the direction of Luca's office. The door was open, his usual practice, so people felt inclined to approach him whenever they wished. But still I knocked lightly before entering. The moment I stepped inside, my lips parted in shock. Luca lay on the navy couch, his eyes fluttered open weakly, his gaze finding me. "Tobias, how's training going?" "First things first." I closed the door behind me. "You look like hell. Are you okay?" "I felt better, but it's passing." He coughed. "I think I need to eat." I doubted that whatever was going on with him was passing. I'd seen death many times, both natural and not. The sheen of sweat on his forehead and the emptiness of his eyes whispered of something serious. My conviction grew as the Coven Master stood and swayed. "Did you pick up a flu?" I asked, not revealing my doubt.
You should see a healer. I can fetch one to come up. I'm fine. Luca waved me off. You didn't answer me? Because training shouldn't concern you right now. Answer me, Tobias. I snorted, and my words came out on the back end of a resigned sigh. Training went as well as could be expected. It had gone as well as I'd expected, though I couldn't bring myself to admit what I'd done. Surely Hans would tell the Coven master, and I didn't want to be around when he did. It was mortifying. I need to be taken off for detail, I said resolutely. You're the best hunter we have. She is a seeker and will require training from the best to maximize her talents. Meredith needs to be able to fight and defend herself. Once word of her power gets out, she'll be in grave danger. Let Gunnar train her. I would never admit it out loud, but the wolf was nearly as good as me. Nearly, being the operative word. Why are you doing this, Tobias? Skull and Bones has already hired the pair of you. If you train together, you'll know her powers best, and she will understand you better too. Fine. He was forcing my hand. I tried to dominate her. I gritted the words out, hating every syllable, wishing I didn't have to admit it. Dominating a person in the way I'd done was something new bloods did. When older vampires controlled another, it was because the person was a true threat, usually another vamp looking to steal power. Meredith was neither of those things. This time, Luca's eyebrows arched. Interesting. Why? I don't know. I averted my gaze, trying to compose myself and failing. Something happened. After she won the hunt, something happened to me. I see. Luca shuffled to the table. Setting one hand on the furniture to steady himself, he poured a glass of water and downed it in one gulp. Still, I can't allow it. You two will go on the hunt together for Skull and Bones. Meredith needs a mission exactly like the one they've offered. It's too perfect of a training exercise for her to pass up. Simple, but not without its own sort of danger. Then you should send someone else with her. I'm not the only vampire in S&S. Even a shifter would be an adequate shield. Or Hans. Well, that's true, the mage allowed. I'm in charge, and I want you to go with her. Why? There had to be a reason. Luca did not put his foot down without conviction. Whoever broke into the house last night was a vampire. Did you know that? My lips parted. I hadn't known. I'd heard about the break-in, but I'd stayed away from Hans's house, away from her. The bloodlust had been bad enough last night, outside the entrance to Skull and Bones, though not as bad as how training had gone. Bloody hell, I was going mental. I cleared my throat and drew myself up, trying to appear as if I wasn't a riotous mess inside each time I thought of the witch. Are you sure? Positive. I checked it out after Shay called, and had a suspicion. Harper collected blood that has since been analyzed in our lab. It's plain as day that a vampire broke in. A new one, I believe, as traces of humanity lingered in the sample. My throat tightened. Older vampires were dangerous, because they had experience that came with a long life. They also possessed vast raw strength, and usually a lot of power. But new bloods were dangerous too. They had little control and profound strength they didn't quite know how to harness. In addition, the drive for blood dictated their every move for the first month after they were changed. If their maker was reckless, so too would the new blood be. And if no maker stayed with them, that put anyone nearby in peril. During training, I need you to be on the lookout for the new blood who is after her. If you smell or see anyone fishy on campus, let us know. That's an order. Luca looked me in the eye. Do you understand? It was one of the few things I did grasp, but that didn't mean I liked it, or that I'd follow orders. The mage didn't see how close I'd come to snapping. His underestimation was understandable. I typically remained cool, calm, collected. Even now, I was more detached than most could ever manage, and I'd kept it that way for as long as I could. Some deemed me to be stiff, but I preferred to call it poised. Vampires were usually masters at distancing themselves. For a long time, we'd had to be, else we'd be hunted and killed. Likely, though, my composure had slackened. More specifically, whenever I was around the witch, my control slipped entirely. The situation was wholly unacceptable, a matter I needed to remedy, even if it meant going against the authority of the Coven Master. Judging by the power I felt in her, she'll be ready within the week, Luca said, apparently taking my silence as resignation. The mission doesn't seem too difficult, but it's a great test of aptitude. Mostly, I need you there to sense for the new blood, and to deal with him or her efficiently if you must. A week. A mere 7 days was how long I had to come to grips with my need to dominate Meredith. It didn't seem nearly long enough.
Chapter 15. Meredith.
My muscles ached as I trudged up the pathway to Shay's home with a heavy sack slung over my shoulder. "Pick you up tomorrow at 9. Hans called out the window of his Jeep Gladiator, which I learned on the ride he liked to trick out in his free time. Though I preferred to walk, Hans told me that walking unaccompanied was a no-go for the time being. That would be the case until they had apprehended the person who had threatened me. "Can't wait!" I called back, not meaning it in the slightest. I could totally wait until my next training session. I could wait years. Sure, I was excited to be learning magic, and I certainly felt freer now that Luca had unbound my power, but after a day of learning only the basics, exhaustion gripped me to the core. And that wasn't the worst of it. Tomorrow I would have to see Tobias again. I wasn't happy about that. During training he had acted crazy, scary crazy. When the vampire had pressed his fangs to my neck, I hadn't been sure he'd stop. Or if he even wanted to. I shuddered. Though, I didn't like to think about it, let alone admit it to myself. Something about Tobias's obvious threat excited me as much as it terrified me. Did that make me crazy? Probably. So I needed to keep that to myself. I opened the front door, and a wash of heat caressed my skin as I entered the house. "Hello?" Footsteps sounded on the floor above, and a second later, Shay appeared at the top of the stairs, beaming at me. "Rooms! How was your first day of training?" "Rooms?" My skin prickled at the strange feeling of inclusion, but I brushed it off and rolled with it. The Nephilim marched to the beat of her own drum. I set down the bag I'd been carrying, and it hit the tile floor with a thunk. Liberated, my shoulder groaned with relief. Hans had filled the sack to bursting with books. It was draining, enlightening, and confusing, and a lot of other things, but those are the top 3. I didn't mention that Tobias had almost killed me. I needed to think more about what the hell that was all about. Sounds about right. Harper appeared from the kitchen, dusting flour off her hands. Some of the white powder coated her red hair, too, making the usually put-together wolf appear almost normal. "We're having homemade pizza tonight," Harper said. "I just finished with the dough. Want to clean up and assemble your own? I didn't want to assume your toppings." "She looks tough," Shay said amusedly. "But Harper is like a mother hen in the kitchen. Everything has to be just right." My stomach growled, and the rest of me perked up a bit. Pizza was a top 3 meal, right behind tacos and doner kebabs, which I'd fallen in love with in Germany. "Let me put this pack upstairs and I'll be right down." "First girls' night," Shay sang, and did a little dance. "Already happened," the wolf said flatly. "Not really." "So what do you call last night?" Harper challenged. "Oh, that doesn't count. Mare showed up later, so this is our first full girls' night. We've got to do it up." My lips twitched as Harper grumbled and returned to the kitchen. I still wasn't sure where I fit in with those two, but their dynamic amused me. Harper was as serious and thoughtful as Shay was carefree and spontaneous. I scooped up the bag of books again and hustled upstairs to my room, then shut the door behind me. I pressed my back against the door, closed my eyes, and let out a long sigh. "Long day?" a voice said. My eyes popped open, and I looked around to find no one. "Down here." My attention snapped to the floor, and my hand flew up to cover my mouth. At my feet sat a cat, black, fluffy, with glowing light amber eyes. Obviously, the voice couldn't have come from the animal, so I must have heard someone talking outside. Still, its presence alone was weird. "What are you doing here, little guy? Do you belong to Shay or Harper?" I didn't think so. I'd asked them if they had any pets last night, and they'd both said no. Besides, I couldn't see Harper, or any wolf shifter, having a cat as a pet. A crocodile was more Harper's speed. "I don't belong to them," the cat replied. This time, I saw its mouth move, and I swayed a little. Either I was hallucinating, or this was really happening. "Are you all right?" the cat asked, his head tilted to the side. Yep, this was totally happening. Oh, hell. Maybe. I inched away from him, my arms beginning to ache from the bag. "I think you should probably leave, 'cause you're freaking me out. Plus, I'm allergic to cats, and this is my bedroom." "You're not allergic to me," the cat said with a surety that had me questioning my own lifelong allergy. "How did you know?" I asked. And how was I not losing it right now? I was talking to a cat. This was the weirdest thing that had happened to me, and considering recent events, that was saying a lot. "You're not allergic to me because I'm your familiar. Everything about me is compatible with you, Meredith Stone." The cat just said my freaking name. I blinked, trying to take it all in. When my stunned speechlessness continued, he stood and stretched. "Clearly you have never met a familiar before. I assure you, I'm an excellent companion. Not only that, but I can help you with your magic. Now that it's awakened, I can sense it, which is how I found you." I shook my head. She must be screwing with me. This has to be a joke. "I assure you it's not," he said crisply. "Let's go downstairs and talk to your roommates." Oh, sure, the first thing I wanted to do was run downstairs with a stray talking cat and ask my roommates if it was my familiar. They wouldn't think that was super crazy or anything. But what other choice do I have? He looked content to stay put. I supposed I could pick the cat up and set it on the roof overhang so it could find its own way down. But it had already snuck into the room once. What was to say it wouldn't come back? Not to mention, this was clearly a magical, talking cat. So either my roommates had set this all up, though I didn't see how they could have, or this cat might actually be my familiar. Needing a second to process, and to set down my hoard of books, I walked to the bed and tossed the bag of books on top of it. When I turned back around, the cat stared at me, waiting. Maybe the magic is messing with me. If I just go about my business, this will all disappear. "I have to wash my face," I announced. I walked to the bathroom and splashed some cold water on my face, hoping it would knock some sense into me and the animal would be gone when I returned. But when I stepped back into my room, the cat was still there, staring at me in a semi-creepy way. Or maybe just a cat way. This is really happening. I sighed. Okay, let's go downstairs, I guess. I opened the door, and the cat trotted out into the hallway before me, head held high. We descended the stairs, and with each step, my nerves grew. Was this crazy? An illusion? Had the release of my magic screwed with my head? Below, Shay and Harper bickered, something about pineapple on pizza. When I got to the kitchen, Shay turned, a chunk of pineapple in her hands. "Rooms! Took you long enough? She dropped the pineapple and let out a shriek. "Is that a familiar?" The cat leapt onto the table, which was positioned at the far side of the open kitchen and dining space. "In the flesh." "Harper! Can you believe it?" "Yes. What I cannot believe is the cat having the audacity to jump on the table. Get down, you flea bag." "That's rich, coming from the wolf," he retorted. "Everyone knows about your kind's rampant flea infestations." Harper glowered at the animal and planted her hands on her hips. "Untrue! You get down!" The cat dropped to the chair instead of the floor and pinned Harper with a defiant stare. The wolf must have decided it was not worth the fight, because she turned back around and began carefully placing toppings on a pizza, now muttering about felines and pineapples.
Mare, this is so exciting, Shay squeaked. Not all witches have a familiar, you know.
I eyed the creature. To be honest, I was kind of hoping this was a joke. Excuse me? The cat hissed, peeved. Shay laughed.
Why?
I didn't want to tell her that, for someone like me, someone who had always operated alone, having a familiar, or anyone who seemed attached to them, was sort of terrifying. So I just shrugged. I'm not good with animals. It is insulting that you think you'll have to care for me like a regular cat, the familiar sniffed.
Ooh, you got a smart and cute one, Shay cooed as she walked toward the feline.
I guess so. Do you have a name, cat? I thought you'd never ask. It's quite rude to keep calling me cat, you know. Shay's lips twitched with amusement. Sorry, I said, barely refraining from rolling my eyes. All is forgiven. My name is Benedict.
Benny!
Shay squealed. The cat scowled, like really scowled. Benedict. There will be no shortening.
Good luck with that one, litter lover,
Harper scoffed.
Now, if you two are done gushing over the cat, can you help me finish with these toppings? You know I'm not touching that nasty-ass pineapple, Shay.
The Nephilim snorted, but she did as the wolf asked, rising to wash her hands and top her pizza. Needing a moment of normalcy before I spoke to the cat anymore, that was going to take some getting used to, I joined them. My gaze scanned the impressive lineup of toppings before I picked jalapeno, pepperoni, and pineapple. I was firmly on Team Shay when it came to pineapple on pizza. While our pizza's baked, Harper plucked a bottle of wine from a stand. She pointed the bottle at me. I'm guessing after your training, this might be welcome. Honestly, I didn't even like red wine much, preferring white, but at this point, I'd drink from the bottle. What gave you that idea?
I saw Tobias leave headquarters. Looked like he had a stick shoved higher up his ass than normal.
The mention of the vampire's name sent my heart into overdrive and my lips into a frown. I didn't usually go for the hot asshole type. To be fair, I rarely went for any type. My life to this point hadn't been conducive to relationships, but if it had, I still wouldn't go for an alpha dick. He was confusing me on the most basic levels. You're right. It was overwhelming. Yes, to the wine. Harper set to filling 3 glasses, and we took up places in the living room, which was decorated with bright colors and triangular patterns that made it feel Art Deco. I took a sip, and was surprised it tasted so good.
Tell us what happened,
Shay said. As if I'd known them forever, and not just a few days, I did. The ease with which the story slipped from me was as shocking as finding a talking cat in my room, but I rolled with it. When I was done, they said all the right things, cursing Tobias and totally siding with me. Neither seemed to know why he'd acted the way he had. We were interrupted when the oven timer buzzed, and we went to retrieve and slice the pizzas. It smelled so heavenly that I had to resist ripping off a piece of crust, my favorite part of the pie, and shoving it into my mouth. Once food filled our plates, we returned to the living room with our dinner and wine. Benedict, who had been exploring the house during my story, joined us again. Shay perked up the moment he lay on the couch next to me, paws crossed.
So, Benny, why are you coming into Mare's life now?
Harper snorted out loud. Benedict.
Right. So?
Shay pressed, looking unbothered by the correction. The cat's eyes narrowed for a moment before he answered. Meredith released her magic, allowing me to find her.
Huh. I always thought a familiar would find their witch or wizard as soon as the familiar was born.
Shay took a gargantuan bite of pizza.
From what I've heard, the familiar is usually younger.
I was amazed she could talk through the pizza, but I was equally intrigued by the comment. I did find her when she was younger, Benedict said, but her parents told me I needed to disappear until she was ready, which I assumed her to be by the unleashing of her magic. The food turned to ash in my mouth.
My parents?
I stared at the cat, my familiar, Benedict, waiting for him to elaborate on the parent bomb he had just dropped on me. But he didn't. Surely he would realize I was interested in more information. My familiar would have to know such a thing. Right? Apparently, I was dead wrong. Because the next second, Benedict sat up from where he lay on the couch, turned his head away from us, and began giving himself a bath. Harper wrinkled her nose. Ugh. Shay punched her in the shoulder.
Don't act like you don't do that in your wolf form. Oh, I most certainly do not. I come home and take a shower after I shift. And even if I did do that, I would never do it on the couch.
Shay rolled her eyes, but I remained fixated on what the cat had said. The cat who was apparently oblivious that he had information my heart desired.
Benedict?
I drew out the name. You said my parents told you to disappear until I was ready for a familiar, and that you sensed my magic, and that's what told you to come back? He gave a little nod, the gesture so human. I've caught hints of it now and again for years, which they said would happen. They told me that when I felt like someone was pulling my whiskers, that was when you would have come into your full power again, and only then should I find you. I have to admit, I'm glad the time has come. Being a comfort cat at the senior center was beginning to wear me out.
Does that mean they blocked my magic?
Benedict twisted to stare at me with those disconcerting amber eyes. Of course. Who else would do it? My lips parted. Well, I had no flipping idea. When? I demanded. I believe they did so right before the... For the first time, the cat looked like he didn't want to continue. The crash. I finished for him. They blocked my magic before the crash. They took away my memories, right? Before or after? Shay's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with pity. I hated that look. It was why I never told people about my past. But in this case, that was unavoidable. The magic was before. The memories resulted from your mother's final spell. A witch's final spell is always their most powerful. But why take my memories? Had my parents not wanted me to remember them? My throat tightened. They did not want you to be traceable. But fear not. Now that your magic is back, the memories will return too. They haven't. When Luca had unbound me, I saw flashes of the past. While I'd eaten to gain my strength before training, I tried to corral those memories, but it hadn't worked. And after training, I'd been too exhausted to try again. I couldn't recall even a faint snapshot of what I'd seen. They will return slowly, Benedict amended. Too much at once could be disastrous. I downed the rest of my wine. Whoa, girl, Shay murmured, her tone about 20 times quieter than normal. You okay? Of course she's not okay, Harper said. She learned that her parents bound her. Who in their right mind would be okay with that? No one, the Nephilim admitted. I, as much as anyone, know how horrible it is to have your parents try to control you after you're grown. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I wasn't ready to dig into their pasts. I was barely handling my own. You said they didn't want me to be traceable? Am I being hunted? I asked Benedict. Yes. Since you were young, people have looked for you. Partially because you're a seeker. So that's certain? I asked, my breath thin. Yes, the cat said, so certain I didn't think to ask for proof. What else? Shay asked, excitement seeming to make her vibrate. You said partially 'cause she was a seeker. People will also look for her because of what else runs in Meredith's veins. Again, I waited for him to elaborate. Oh, I can't tell you, Benedict added after a long moment of silence. You must remember that bit on your own. Shay groaned and stood.
Screw wine. I'm going to get the tequila, because I can already see this is going to be one hell of a night.
Aren't familiars supposed to be helpful? I accused, unable to hold in my frustration. We are. However, I made a vow to your parents, and I intend to keep it. A full shot glass landed on the table before me. I grabbed it and slammed it back. The tequila burned going down my throat, but I welcomed the pain. It was something solid and grounding, while I bobbed in a sea of uncertainty. You can't even give me a hint? No, but your parents assured me you would remember in due time. You have already discovered one secret, that you're a seeker. How do you know that? I have my ways, he said smugly. Anyhow, that's quite a big thing to be dealing with. It's not wise to give you another tidbit yet. I wanted to press, but there were other, far more intriguing questions to be answered. Can you tell me about them? That depends. Cats are such assholes, Harper muttered as she leaned back and sipped her wine. Unlike Shay and me, she still had half a glass of wine left. We are simply more discerning than other four-legged creatures, Benedict replied, not even bothering to look at the wolf. How about you ask me what you want to know, and if I can, I'll answer. Were they both supernatural? Yes. That's all you're going to give her? Shay said incredulously. I called you smart before, but now I'm kind of leaning toward Harper's assessment. You do seem to be kind of a dick. Benedict sighed. As I said, your mother was a witch. Your father was also of your supernatural order, a wizard. Both were of distinguished bloodlines. That's all I can say. My gaze trailed to the girls. Okay, that's not a lot to go on. Are we like the witch version of the Rockefellers? He twitched an ear. I took a vow that if broken would result in my death, so I truly can't say any more. I'm shocked Luca didn't notice something, Harper admitted. Distinguished bloodlines are often extremely powerful in very specific ways, and Luca studies old families. Knows most of them, too. He was busy, though, Shay pointed out. Harper nodded. True. There was a lot going on during the Unbinding, and he was working hard. I'm sure he was focusing on not hurting you with his power. I wonder if that's why Tobias was in such a foul mood. I think he sensed something was different about me and didn't like it. Are there bloodlines that hunted vampires? I gulped. I sure hope not. But it would explain his actions. Oh, Tobias is pissy about a lot of things, Shay said, dismissively. I mean, he might just not have liked your shirt. What's wrong with it? So not flattering, Harper chimed in. Damn! People here were judgy Juddersons about what I wore. Well, I'm going to ask him tomorrow during training. Maybe he can give me some answers. But until then, I lifted my shot glass, which Shay filled. I'm going to grill you for information, Mr. Benedict. The cat gave a resigned sigh. This is going to be a long evening. Chapter 16. Meredith. Serious question. How does magic exist and no one has devised a hangover potion? My head pounded as I stared at my roommates incredulously. It seemed I was the only one in need of such a thing. They both looked unruffled, pink-cheeked and bushy-tailed as we walked to Coven headquarters. But how do these bitches look so good? At that exact moment, my right temple throbbed. I groaned. I was still holding out hope that this was all one mean joke. Should have laid off the tequila. Harper shrugged as we passed into the alley hiding the entrance to the Coven's halls. I glared at her, but assumed it came out looking more like a wince when she only returned my stare. Didn't even blink. Or maybe she really didn't give a shit. The girl was savage. No potion exists, the wolf confirmed after a moment. Water and exercise are what you need. But you two look fine, I protested, and Shay drank as much as me.
Yeah, but I'm a Nephilim.
How does that help you?
My angel blood protects me from hangovers. I could still get drunk, but it's shorter lived than what witches and humans experience. I was pretty much sober by the time we went to bed.
I barely remembered going to bed. Damn it, why had I stooped to drowning my sorrows and anxiety with alcohol? And I have a shifter's metabolism, Harper supplied. Not to mention I wasn't a huge idiot like the pair of you. She approached the door of Shadows and Secrets and placed her hand over it, whispering the password. After my attack, the Coven had tightened security. Now, each magical order had a different way to enter the secret society's hall. Magic or passwords were the most common methods, the latter used by shifters. Once I could enter solo, I could do so by magic. I groaned again as I weathered the sensation of a sledgehammer slamming into the back of my head.
Well, you shouldn't have brought out the tequila.
I scowled at Shay.
And you, my gaze sought my familiar, you should have stopped me.
That would take an act from the goddess herself, Benedict muttered as the hall's door opened. We had been getting a lot of strange looks, with the cat following us through Yale's campus, particularly when I'd answered a couple of his questions. I didn't know if non-magical people could hear Benedict, but I wasn't making it easy on myself. I found it difficult not to look down at him as I talked. I needed to work on that, or people would think I was crazy and talking to myself.
Aren't you supposed to be sympathetic to me? I asked him. Or give me good advice? You're my familiar. Doesn't that mean something?
You're correct. Usually, it means we keep our people from doing stupid things. Benedict loped closer to the door. But you were quite insistent last night. Who was I to deny you your idiotic binge? I glowered at him, and filed into the hall of Shadows and Secrets behind the girls.
If someone hadn't dropped the parent bomb, I wouldn't have been so in need of a stiff drink.
He stared back at me, not at all sorry. You had to find out one day.
Cats have shitty timing, Harper said. It's kind of their thing.
Benedict hissed, and I winced as the sound grated on my every raw nerve. Living with the pair of them would be interesting. Our little group arrived in the atrium and veered in the direction of the room Hans claimed for training the day before. I was about to open one of the double doors when Hans's voice called out my name. I turned and saw the wizard marching toward me, a wide grin on his face. My student is early. I was worried when Shay called and said you wouldn't need a ride. I'm only here because of Harper, I muttered. I would have blown off training this morning altogether, but the wolf shifter had dragged me out of bed and forced me to dress so I wouldn't miss a lesson. Hans tilted his head. You feeling okay? She's hungover, Benedict announced too loudly for my headache. The blond man's eyes widened as he took in the cat for the first time. Where did this guy come from? Benedict strode up to Hans and sat with his fluffy tail curled over his feet. My name is Benedict. Amber eyes glowed as if lit from within. No shortening it or giving me cutesy nicknames. I'm Meredith Stone's familiar. Hans arched an eyebrow. You kind of remind me of a vampire I know. My lips pursed. He wasn't wrong. Like Tobias, Benedict was a little stiff. So, are you ready? Hans asked, opening the door to the training hall and waving me inside. I guess. What are we going to work on? Shielding first. Tobias will be here later, and we'll see if you can block him. As you know, vampires are freakishly fast, so it will be an excellent test. Until then, we'll work on pulling up your shield. Awesome, I muttered. He could have said anything, and I still would have considered it beyond my capabilities. Right now, blinking too hard hurt. Hans chuckled. Memo to the wise? Never try to outdrink a Nephilim. Or a shifter. Goddess forbid. I wasn't trying to outdrink them, I grumbled. The lesson learned. Benedict jumped up onto the table and began grooming himself, which made me wrinkle my nose. He caught the gesture and stuck out his tongue. Would you rather I walk around your house filthy? Sleep in your bed dirty? I don't share my bed with animals. I wasn't able to tell you last night, but tonight will be different. Benedict snorted. If you do not wish for me to sleep in your bed, you must provide me with suitable sleeping arrangements. Memory foam, preferably. I rolled my eyes. Stiff and a diva. How had I gotten so lucky? I'll get right on that. Over here. Hans waved me to the center of the room. With each step, death inched closer. When I reached the wizard, he took my hand. Feel this. I gasped. For the first time all morning, something other than pain rippled through me. Hans's magic lit up my hands and traveled down my arms. It resonated as hard and protective. What are you doing? That's what a shield will feel like when you get it right. Sometimes it's easier to know if you're on the right track after you've experienced the correct sensation. Of course, pressing the shield out and making it take shape, something bigger than, say, a dinner plate, will feel a bit different. But we'll get to that later. First, try to mimic what I did. He dropped my hand and took a step back to wait. This ought to be good, Benedict drawled. Okay, I needed to talk to whoever assigned familiars. Mine was a total dick. Shaking off his fantastic lack of faith, I closed my eyes. But the temptation to fall asleep crashed over me, instant and almost irresistible, so I opened them again. Needing to put my focus somewhere, I stared at my hands and tried to conduct the same feeling Hans had pushed through me. I failed 12 times, although I did manage to produce magic at each attempt. It was just nothing like what Hans had created. For his part, Hans did his best to be supportive, even though I could tell he was getting annoyed. I bet he thought that if I wasn't hungover, I could do this. But I wasn't so sure. Things just weren't clicking. After another failed attempt, I dropped my hands and tilted my chin to the sky, unable to hold back my frustration. Are you sure this is basic for a seeker? It is. Hans's expression softened a touch. You might not conjure the strongest shield, like one a warder would create. Those are basically impenetrable to anyone but other warders of the witching kind or mages. But you should be able to form some sort of protection for yourself. It's a necessary bit of magic to master before you go on your first mission. I sighed and tried again. And again. And again. I lost count of how many times I attempted to make a shield before I slumped to the ground and dropped my head into my hands. Tears welled in my eyes, though I wasn't sure if they were from my failure or my frustration with myself, or from feeling out of control with the news of my parents. What the hell was wrong with me? I was tougher than this. Hans placed his hands on my shoulder. Hey, it's okay. I'll admit, I thought it would have happened by now, but it's not unheard of for magic to be stubborn, especially since you're so new. He paused, and though I wasn't looking at him, I could sense him staring at me, trying to puzzle me out. Is there something else going on besides you being hungover and tired? I hadn't told him about my parents' deaths, and my so-called distinguished bloodline, not being ready to talk about it before I had more answers. But now I felt like I needed to explain myself. Last night, I learned about my parents, I blurted out. That they bound me before they died, and took my memories. And my familiar has other secrets, but he's not telling me. I made a vow, Benedict howled. Hans took a step back, his gaze trailing from me to the cat and back. I see. You might have a major emotional blockage. What does that mean? We should go see the healers. They won't be able to clear this up completely, but they might make you feel lighter, less frazzled. Then we can keep training. He looked uncomfortable, and I got the sense that he was one of those guys who didn't know what to do with an emotional woman. I sighed. It wasn't fair to pin this on him anyway. He was my trainer, not my therapist. If you think it will help, whatever I needed to do to ease the pain, I'd do it. Hans helped me stand, and we headed for the double doors. We were almost there when they burst inward, and a man strode in, a wide grin spread on his face. Gunnar, Hans said slowly. What are you doing here? Toby asked me to fill in for him. What? The wizard's tone tightened. He didn't clear this with me, and I'm in charge of Meredith's training. Gunnar's face fell. At the sidelines, Benedict stared at him in a way he reserved for Harper. Belatedly, I recalled Gunnar was a wolf, too. He didn't? Shock was evident in his tone. He said he cleared it with you and Luca. Hans clenched his teeth. Nope, he sure didn't. Would you mind taking Meredith to the healer's wing? I'm going to find Tobias, wherever the hell he's hiding. Probably the library, Gunnar called as Hans stormed out of the training room. The wolf watched him go before turning back to me. Those two are always going at it, but they're still usually pros. Toby didn't mention anything big happened. Of course he hadn't divulged he'd threatened a new witch. Who would broadcast that? It screamed of cowardice. As did running away. Frustration curled in my gut, because even though I was annoyed Tobias had ditched training me when I had been hoping to prove myself today, something else was there too. My shoulders tightened, and my face dropped to the floor as I worked it out. I felt a little sad, like I had wanted to see him. I mentally bitch-slapped myself. Tobias treated me like prey, and I missed him? No. Just no. Gunnar tilted his head toward the door. Let's go. Hans is right. You need the healers. You look like hell. I choked out a laugh. You sure know how to make a girl feel good. He's a wolf. Don't expect things like that of him, Benedict called out, seemingly unable to help himself. Gunnar stared at the cat, shook his head, and chortled. Apparently, Benedict didn't ruffle his feathers like he did Harper's. Darling, I'm a master at treating the ladies right. He grinned, and his whole face lit up. Though I wasn't attracted to the wolf, I had to admit he was very handsome. Ladies probably threw themselves at him. But I bet if I tried to soothe all your pains, I'd have someone coming after me real quick. And I don't want to deal with that, no offense. I blinked as he led me from the room. What had he meant by that?
Chapter 17. Meredith.
Good job today, Stoney. Gunnar held out his hand to help me up. Though my first reaction was to hurl sarcasm, because I hadn't done well at all, and we both knew it, I pushed down my attitude. Gunnar was immune to my barbed replies, so there was no use in flinging them. Instead, I gripped his hand, accepting the assistance. He hauled me up, and once I stood on my own 2 feet, I wobbled. You fight well, the shifter added. A few more lessons and you'll be able to hold your own against almost anyone, at least long enough to escape to safety. I reviewed the day's training. Gunnar had put me on the floor nearly every single round, much like Tobias had the day before. Envisioning the vampire made my stomach knot up. Can you help tomorrow? Hans asked Gunnar, his tone sour. He'd looked for Tobias for an hour and never found him. In fact, no one had seen him since my last lesson. I can't rely on the vampire to be here. Probably, Gunnar replied. Let me talk to Luca. He might send me on a mission soon, but no word on that since the initiation ceremony. Let's go talk to him together, the wizard replied. I need to fill him in on where she is at in training anyway. Meredith, you can come too. The Coven master would probably love to hear from you. I might as well join. Shay hadn't gotten me a key to the house yet. That was on her list of things to do today. Until then, I'd have to wait for one of the girls, wherever they were, to be home to get in the house. All right, then, Gunnar drawled. Let's go see that mage. We left the training hall and climbed the stairs to Luca's floor. Benedict trailed behind, on cat time. When we reached Luca's office, the door was closed, so Hans knocked. Come in, a faint voice called out. I cocked my head. Luca sounded different. Hans opened the door, and my eyes popped open wide. The Coven master lay on the couch, and he looked absolutely terrible, worse than the day before. Luca's olive skin had grayed, and sweat poured down his face. My man, Gunnar said as he entered the room. What's wrong? Caught a bug, Luca croaked. Gunnar and Hans shared a look that told me they didn't believe that for a second. I shifted to stand by the wall-to-ceiling bookcase, feeling uncomfortable. We shouldn't be here. We should let him rest. You sure it's not something else? Hans asked after a prolonged silence. Something magical? Were there magical diseases? Or was he referring to something else?
I'm fine, the Coven Master insisted. I've been active all day, and had to lie down for a bit, but I'm already feeling better.
One glance at Luca's face, and it was obvious he wasn't fine. Not even close to it. Hans had opened his mouth to say something when Benedict, who had been trailing lazily behind us, waltzed in. The Coven Master's eyes widened.
How did a cat get in here?
I'm a familiar, Benedict snapped. He hated being thought of as a normal cat. Oh, I see. Luca's attention shifted to me. Yours, I presume? He showed up last night.
Only powerful witches have familiars. The stronger the magic, the stronger the bond between them. Did you know that?
I've learned. Though I had my doubts. I didn't seem all that powerful. Benedict jumped on top of a shelf, turned his butt to face Luca, and stretched, displaying his butthole. I rolled my eyes, and Luca's lips pursed at the obvious slight before he turned back to Hans.
Fill me in on the day. I want to hear all about her training, Meredith. Hans, how'd she do?
Now that he'd seen how bad off Luca was, my magical mentor looked reluctant to unload, but did as the Coven Master requested. His rendition of the day kind of shocked me, because he was making it sound positive. Gunnar backed him up, though, so although I felt like a complete loser for most of the day, I must have done better than I'd thought, which lifted my spirits.
She's strong, and knows about fighting and blade work already, but Meredith really needs to learn the right defensive and offensive moves against supernaturals,
Hans said with a scowl. I suspected he was thinking about Tobias so often that day, much to my annoyance.
Her magic will take more time, though. We can't expect her to master everything at once, but as long as Tobias is with her and she uses her seeking intuition, that should be enough for the Skull and Bones mission. I don't foresee this being a dangerous job.
Luca stopped and blinked, as if realizing something.
Where is Tobias? Gunnar, you trained her today?
He must really feel like shit if he just put 2 and 2 together. The men didn't reply.
Where did Tobias go?
The Coven Master demanded.
A coven should be more organized, Benedict drawled.
Luca scowled, but ignored my familiar, focusing only on my wizard mentor.
Hans sighed. No idea. He sent Gunnar in his place.
Luca turned to the shifter.
And you went along with it?
Gunnar raised his palms to the ceiling.
He said he needed to take a leave and you okayed it. I didn't even question it because Toby's pretty honest. I should have seen this coming.
Luca muttered a few colorful curse words.
It's not your fault. He disobeyed an order, though. Thank you for stepping in. I'd appreciate it if you stayed on Meredith's training until Tobias returns. Your assignment isn't ready anyhow.
Sure thing. Gunnar took a step back. From the way he kept glancing at the door, it was apparent he wanted to get the hell out of there. I understood. Though the Coven Master was ill, anger radiated off him, palpable across the room. Luca caught our discomfort and exhaled slowly through his nostrils.
If that's all you wanted to talk about, you may go. But if you see Gabriel, would you send him up? I need to speak with him.
The guys agreed, and we left the office, Benedict once more trailing behind. We made it halfway down the hallway before Gunnar let out a low whistle.
It surprised me when he lied to you. He nodded to Hans. But Toby didn't even tell the Coven Master he was bailing. He's been acting weird since... He looked at me.
Since I arrived, I finished. You can say it. He was a real jerk yesterday.
I heard about that,
Gunnar said. An uncomfortable moment passed between us, but then his face brightened.
You know what we need? What? Is this going to be some hick barn dance or something? Hans asked sarcastically.
Gunnar didn't take any offense. He never did. The wolf was fun and easy to like. He'd won me over even as I wrestled my hangover into submission. That was some serious charm.
No square dancing, but we need to have a real welcome wagon for our girl.
Gunnar beamed.
I got to meet her today, but lots of people still want to. Let's hit up the Ordinary and then the Griffin.
I groaned. I'd been hungover the whole morning. Only the fact that I'd been sweating out the toxins and Hans had forced me to drink water had eased the pain. I'd rather not party.
Did someone say party?
I twisted to find Shay jogging down the hallway.
Rooms!
She waved madly. Benedict scampered off. And though I liked Shay, I wished I could do the same. Hey, I don't want to go out, I reiterated, because clearly she'd only latched on to the word party. Shay threw her arm around me.
You had a rough morning, but this is a great idea. Everyone wants to meet you. I promise we won't stay out late. Come on, I want to go and I want you to go too. Please come.
Please come. Hans mimicked Shay, his voice high. She stuck her tongue out at him.
Shove it, Hans.
Everyone waited for me to answer, and although it was the last thing I wanted to do, it was refreshing and nice to have people want to be with me. It almost felt like I had friends, and that hadn't happened in a long time. Finally, I caved. A couple of drinks, that's it. I need to get some rest tonight. Shay squealed and linked her arm through mine.
I need my beauty sleep too. You won't regret it though. The Ordinary has great food. I'll make calls as we go and tell people to meet us at the Griffin after dinner.
3 hours later, I was having more fun than I had bargained for. Shay had a way of making everything seem like a party. Anyone want another beer? Gunnar asked as he got up from the table. It's on me. I shook my head. I'm switching to water, or I'll be hurting again tomorrow. You guys can really drink. Shifters have a higher metabolism, Gunnar explained. Plus, I like beer. Back home, I used to brew my own, but don't need to here. Good micros like these flow like water in New Haven. They're better than what I made by a mile. He wasn't kidding. There were about 1 million taps, most of which I'd never seen. But then again, the Griffin, our second venue of the night, had to cater to many types of people. Everyone from students to professor types to townies and Coven members were present. I caught many of the students eyeing our table of 10, probably sensing we were different. Along with those S&S members I already knew, I'd met 5 others here. A fae with long white hair and unnerving silver eyes named Silas sat at the far end of the table. A pair of twins were among the group. Both Dan and Gus were bear shifters and claimed to be whiz kids with tech. The last 2 were necromancers, and possibly dating. I got the sense that they were close anyway. Sarah, a cute strawberry blonde, had just returned from a mission, and Josiah was the one who'd use ravens to watch me and keep me safe. I can get you a soda instead, Gunnar offered, trying to be hospitable. Nah, water, please. The shifter nodded and took a few more orders before he left. Conversation resumed, only to be interrupted a minute later when someone else took Gunnar's seat. I turned, expecting, praying, to find Harper saying we needed to go home, but was met by a guy I didn't recognize. He had short blonde hair and a square jawline. His clothes looked expensive, and his confident smile told he was used to getting his way. Hi? I said warily. Hey, gorgeous. So good to finally meet you. Right, I said, already rubbed the wrong way. Who are you? All around the table, conversation quieted. I shot a glance at Hans, and he shook his head slightly. I took that to mean this guy was not part of the Coven, and I needed to guard my tongue. Bentley Sloan III. I'm a senior this term. I haven't seen you around. What year are you? Incoming freshman. I enrolled late and am taking summer courses to make up for lost time. I felt like I had to explain why I was already in New Haven, because fall semester didn't start for a couple of weeks. Plus, I didn't think I looked like a freshman. Better late than never. I have a course to make up too. Yale is great, huh? What summer courses did you take?
Chem 101?
Shay piped up, possibly thinking I wouldn't be familiar with the class nomenclature. I would have said biology, with no number. So she thought right.
That's where we met. We both needed to get a prerequisite out of the way.
Bentley spared Shay a glance. I couldn't help but notice this table has the most beautiful ladies at the bar, and decided I would be an idiot not to come over and introduce myself. You should join me at my table, with my friends. His hand wrapped around my wrist, And he glanced at Shay again, then Harper and Sarah. You three are welcome too. Resisting the urge to slap him for touching me without permission, I removed my hand from his grip. Thanks for the invite, but Of course. Bentley smirked, interrupting my brush off. We like to get to know the new kids. I can tell you all the Yale secrets. You especially like to get to know the fresh blood if they are hot and female. Hans inserted. I noticed you're only inviting the girls. What about the rest of us, Bentley? Only got a few seats, he said unapologetically. Come on, you want introductions to my friends? We have a lot of influence on campus. I wanted to tell him he could shove his influence up his ass, but Harper caught my attention and shook her head. Apparently, she could tell I was about to throw some sass and didn't approve. This guy might actually have influence. With a name like Bentley Sloan III, I wasn't surprised. I'm good here, I told him curtly. Bentley looked unimpressed as he stood. Your loss. Not likely, asshole. He walked away, and I frowned. Are all the Yale guys like this? 'Cause that was annoying and arrogant as hell. A good number of them, Harper admitted, especially the ones whose families have attended for generations. Bentley is one of those. He was also tapped for Skull and Bones last spring and immediately snotty about it. The wolf rolled her eyes. You get used to it, unfortunately. Tapped? Chosen. Every year they choose 15 juniors to join the society the following term. But I thought the secret societies knew about us. They do, so Bentley will learn this year. Probably soon, unfortunately for us. Gunnar reappeared and began dispensing drinks before plopping back down. Could hear that fool all the way across the bar. I guess that'll teach me to leave my seat. Next time someone else has got to get me a beer. Or you could lay off the sauce, Harper muttered. Gunnar grinned and winked at her. I wasn't sure what was going on between the two of them, but there was definitely something. They'd been bantering all evening. The conversation returned to normal. I tried to be involved, but I kept feeling eyes on me. A few times, I turned to look for the source. To my annoyance, Bentley watched me. But the sensation came from elsewhere, somewhere deeper in the crowded bar. I couldn't locate the person. Maybe I was imagining things. Or it might be a ghost. The bar was old and gothic-looking, so a ghost might want to hang out here. I shuddered and tried to focus on my Coven members. Half an hour later, my bladder alerted me it was time to pee. I excused myself and made my way to the bathroom. There was no line, thank God, so I went right in. The moment I locked the door behind me, I exhaled. This was more socializing than I had done in years, and that was counting when I'd seduced the researcher in Egypt. Those academics could party, but there hadn't been as many of them. I did my business and washed my hands. When I opened the door to exit the bathroom, Bentley was in the hallway. I figured I could come by and say hi, he said. Swing by our table. I saved you a spot. You waited out here for me? Creepy much? It was closer than going back to your table. Plus, those guys don't like me. He grabbed my arm, his grip powerful and demanding, and I sensed he wanted more from me than to say hi to his friends. I needed to set the record straight. I yanked my arm away. Keep your hands off me. I don't want to meet your friends. Now leave me alone. His face hardened. You're hot, but a stone-cold bitch. Because I don't want to meet your friends? It's not my problem you invited yourself to my table and then tried to drag me someplace I didn't want to go. Maybe you're the bitch. His face tightened, and he tried to back me into the wall. Too bad for him, my defenses were already up. I slammed my heel down onto his foot. Bentley let out a howl and began hopping on the other foot. I pressed my finger into his chest. Don't touch me. Don't approach me. Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me. I want nothing to do with you. Clear? He jerked his head down, his eyes burning with a mixture of anger and humiliation. Done with Bentley's shit, I left him in the hallway. I was so ready to leave, ready to... My blood froze. A guy was exiting the bar. I could only see the back of him,
The strong set of his shoulders straining the bulky bomber jacket he wore, and the way his Terminator-style glasses perched on his head. But the resemblance was uncanny. That guy looked a hell of a lot like Denz.